right, it's 10 o'clock,
Yeah, they changed it.
so we'll get underway.
I'm pretty off balance.
All right, so I will call this meeting officially to order and remind you that it's held under the auspices of the Texas Open Records Act, and we are also on a webcam. This isn't on yet?
Yes,
Bill, how are you doing?
so the microphone's not on yet.
No, the camera's on.
Oh.
Okay. The microphones working? Yes, they are.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, then let's call this meeting to order and remind you once again that it's held under the auspices of the Texas Open Meetings Act, and we are live. So people are actually looking at us and not just from the audience out there, right? So be on your best behavior. And then I won't have to be. Okay? All right, so the first order of business is the approval of the meeting summary from our September 24th, 2010 meeting. Do I hear any changes, or I have a motion for approval from one? I have a second. Any further discussion, any further changes that anybody has identified? Okay, all those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so the meeting summary for September 24th, 2010 has been approved. At this time, I'd like to consider putting items 2 and 3 together as one agenda item. If you've had a chance to look at the draft report, then you know that the assessment piece of it, which is a part of item 3, has actually been incorporated into the report itself. So what we'd like to do is consider all of that at one time. So are there any objections to just putting items 2 and 3 together as one agenda item? Okay, hearing none, then that's what we'll do. And so we will proceed into that particular agenda item, and we'll start with, as usual, a slideshow from our great coordinating board staff.
You guys want to do this, or do you want some remarks?
I guess I'll want to start because I just want to thank a group of people who have done a lot of work to put this report together. First of all, Danny and Jeff helped us in writing the part of the process of how we get to where we are. And then Lynn and Shannon also help us to then put in the section of the recommendation of what we've done and all that, and what the committee has voted and recommended on. And then Mark and Larry, together with Danita and Lorraine, and they've also asked Libby Barlow from University to work with that group to look at the assessment part. And then Rex and I kind of put the introduction together. So there was a bunch of people writing this entire report. But I think the thank you also goes to Catherine and Lucy, because once we write our reports, we give it to those two ladies, and they really did the magic to put all the things together. Because if you look at the 4 reports, or the 4 sections of the reports, it is very much like when we get projects sometimes from our students when they do group projects, is that everybody has their own writing style. And these two ladies really put it together and put in a format and timeline and everything that kind of, make it read very smoothly and capture what we have discussed thus far. So in front of you is that report. And the first few pages is the executive summary, the first 3 pages there, that kind of summarizes everything. But what we would like to do this morning is to go through the report in its entirety with the whole group, and also look at, towards the end of the morning, of what are some items that might be outstanding that we have not touched on this yet, that might need to be accomplished in our phase 2 and so on. So that's what we will look at for the morning part of it. So we'll start with the first part, which is the introduction and all that. And do we want to go with the timeline first, as once we get the report and all that? So let's see if we can ask you to go to that timeline, because we want to also share with you once this report is approved, what are the things that still needs to be done when it gets to the institution level of what our colleges and universities will need to do to get that operationalized? So, Rex, would you like to take a look at this? Now, by the way, this is, as it says, an estimated sample timeline. And this is probably the most optimistic timeline. A lot of things depends on, obviously, the CB accepting this report and also the legislature and so on. But Rex, if you don't mind taking
The timeline does move from left to right, but I want to spend just a couple of minutes actually talking about what happens before we get to the first piece on the left, which is coordinating board consideration. And that is that as an advisory committee to the coordinating board, then our charge is to make recommendations to the coordinating board staff. And so our report will go to coordinating board staff. The staff will then massage that and look at it and deliberate and think about and argue about or whatever. And in the end, they will come up with their recommendations that will eventually wind up going to the coordinating board. Those recommendations go to the coordinating board primarily in the form of recommended rule changes. And of course, a lot of what we are recommending to them will wind up in the form of rule changes because it changes the way we do the core curriculum in Texas. So once the staff has made their recommendations and formed that into changes to board rules and revisions and what have you, then in July, and by the way, to get to the coordinating board, there is a committee of the coordinating board that looks at this first. Then it goes to the coordinating board, and the staff needs to do its work before it goes to that committee. So, in all of us work in bureaucracies, and so we all know about making sure that everything goes through the proper loops and the proper channels, and the protocol is followed, and so forth. And that's just as important in this agency as it is in the ones that we work in. And all of that takes some time. And it also takes a lot of time and effort on the part of the staff to get it to that point. And so that's why we say that July is probably the most optimistic time period to actually send this to the coordinating board. The other consideration in waiting until July for this, because we really could try to really push this to April, but there is a legislative session going on. And while the conventional wisdom right now is that the legislature will devote somewhere around 99% of its time to redistricting and to trying to solve the budget shortfall, one never knows what might wind up at the end of the session. You know, as someone who used to teach political science and government, you know, it's always interesting to watch them in the last few hours of the legislative session. They can literally pass hundreds of bills in a very short amount of time. And that means that almost none of them are reading any of them, and things get caught, you know, things get put in there and so forth. And so sometimes there are surprises that come out of this, and changes to the core curriculum as is may be one of those surprises. We never know. I don't really anticipate that happening in this legislative session, but it could. So one of the other reasons to wait until July is to wait and to see what the legislature does. We will know by July. My guess is that they really won't have the budget problem solved until their third special session or so, but the rest of it will probably be pretty much in hand by that time. So there's another consideration, and primarily, though, it gives both this committee and the coordinating board staff the kind of time that they really need to do a quality job on this report, and that's really the most important function. Now, once it gets to the coordinating board for consideration, then the staff, then once those are passed, then have to go back and work on rules and the revisions to those and how that plays out to the institutions. That work is then sent out for public comment. Okay, and as Catherine pointed out to us earlier this morning, the coordinating board staff is responsible for responding to each and every comment they get. And I think you said that last time this went through, they got 300 comments.
Over 300
and I fully expect they'll get at least that many, if not more, in this round as well. For a lot of reasons, this has been a pretty well publicized endeavor which is a good thing, not a bad thing, by the way. The more people know about what we're doing, the better off we are in the long run. And so, but I suspect there will be a lot of comments about this, and so that process will take some time and some effort to get through on the part of the staff. And so they'll do their thing. The institutions will get to respond to it, and then once it's passed by the coordinating board, then the institutions will have to have some time to also make the kind of changes and revisions to the core curriculum and to the way they structure their programs and pedagogy and what have you to deal with this. That'll probably take at least a year. So, in other words, if all goes well, then full implementation of this will probably happen no sooner than fall of 2012. And, you know, as one of my colleagues from another institution put it one time, you must have a geologist's sense of time to appreciate the glacial pace at which higher education moves. And I thought, no one has ever summed it up better than that. And so it's just the nature of the beast. It is also one of the natures of being one of the more democratic institutions on the face of the planet. It's messy, but it takes a lot of time. And so that's basically the timeline that we're looking at. And so I think we're very much on track with this draft report then to get it polished up and really get it in a final form in the February meeting that we can then send on to the coordinating board staff as recommendations.
One thing that the committee might want to keep in mind is when you did the report that was brought to the board in January of 2009, which had recommendations and strategies in it for improving undergraduate education. That was a report that you prepared for the commissioner and the board. This report regarding recommendations about how to change the core curriculum is a report that goes to staff and will be considered along with a number of other inputs in terms of the final recommendations for how to change the rules. So this committee's input is going into this process at the point where it can really make a difference in terms of how the executive staff here at the coordinating board can be better informed about best practices, about this committee representing the institutions and what they would like to see. There's no guarantee that any of the recommendations that the committee makes will have direct influence on how the rules eventually end up being changed. But in the past, I know there's been attention, certainly a lot of attention paid to recommendations from advisory committees. So regardless of the outcome, know that your work is taken very seriously by staff and by the assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner, and commissioner.
Okay, so we'll start with the first part of our report and go through that together as a group. The first part is from pages 5 to the top of page 9. It has to do with the introduction, rationale, where is our current curriculum, and so on. And Rex and I wrote that part, so we'll just go through it fairly quickly in summary as to what we've written. Basically, starting from page 5, we looked at last year in January, almost 2 years ago now, that the UEAC at that time submitted our report to the CD, which is entitled Designing Texas Undergraduate Education in the 21st Century. And we had a few recommendations in that report. And one of those has to do with improving quality through enhancing the learning process. And the core curriculum is germane in that part. So as soon as that report was accepted, we picked up from there and start working on the core curriculum. And one of the reasons why we pick on the core curriculum as our top priority, one of our top priorities, is because it's been done for over 10 years already. And in the last 10 years, the global economy, Texas economy, and so on have changed. And so our students need to be prepared to really look at what they need to be successful and good citizen for the 21st century. So on the first page, it goes through the rationale and so on. And then it goes into pages 6 and 7, basically looking at where we are right now. And many of you were with us through the whole entire process, and you remember that we look at our existing parameters. We look at what are the requirements from SACS. We look at what the legislature has for us, the CB rules, and so on. So we need to follow what the rules are. But at that same time, we were also looking at, if we want an ideal curriculum, what are the things that we also want to have, included in there. So we look at the assumptions and all that, and we at one time look at all the exemplary educational objective, our components, and so on, and see what are the things that we want to retain and what are the things that we need to switch and change. So we then go to a lot of research and looking at many websites, many institutions across the U.S. of what their core curriculum or core curricular are, and to see what are the strong points that they have, what are the things that we also like our students to have. And so we went through a lot of those discussions. So on page 7, there's a short paragraph that talks about the resources used, but the most germane ones are included at the end of the report as a selected set of resources. A couple of those that we really liked and we follow quite a bit is the LEAP initiatives with the AAC and U. And when we get to the assessment part, our assessment colleagues will also talk a little bit more about that. And we have some guiding parameters and so on. And one of the most important things is that our membership here are both 2- and 4-year universities. And so one of the important things is the success of our students and the transferability of our core coursework and so on. So we use all those things, the alignment, the transferability, the pedagogy that we want our students to experience in our university and colleges, and also most importantly our assessment as our guiding principles and parameters to come up with a set of recommendations. Rex, you want to add something?
No, not really. I think it's just, at this point, it's kind of instructive to remember that this really has been a fairly lengthy process that the committee has gone through. And early on, and a lot of membership has turned over a little bit since then, but one of the interesting things to me was that the initial thought behind a lot of the committee members was that the core curriculum as it exists was badly broken and desperately needed to be changed. And through some rather lengthy conversations in the committee, it was determined that maybe it wasn't as bad as it looked at first glance, and that there were some things about the core curriculum that were actually beneficial to students and had some redeeming qualities to it after all. But there were problem areas. And I think that the things that this committee has addressed within the existing legislative parameters really have addressed the kinds of issues that were identified very early on as being problematic within the existing core. So in some respects, it doesn't look like much of a change, but in other respects, it is a significant change that I think really does reflect the kinds of concerns that we had about whether students were getting what they needed to be successful in life and in their next steps in education and so forth. So it's been a good process.
And maybe the way that we might want to look at this is that we'll go part by part and see if there's any comments you guys might want to add to this first part. What are the things that maybe we did not include in there that we did use as our basic guiding principles, or other things and so on that we can jot down notes and all that to include it in our final draft?
Yeah.
Yes, Celia?
I think one of the things I would like to make sure that is stated is the importance of the engagement of faculty in the process. That's certainly a part of the SAC standards, and it's hinted at in the document and in the executive summary. But I think seeing it from my own campus's viewpoint, if the faculty don't feel a real ownership in the process, if they feel like this is dictated to them by the coordinating board or by the administrators in their own institution, then the life of the curriculum is at risk. So I would like to see something in the kind of preamble or executive summary or early part of it that really emphasizes the importance of the faculty as a part of that curricular process. The other thing that's also hinted at, but I think it may be good to just have a little bit of a recognition of, is that the intent to serve the students well often finds us in places where we need to find balance between competing goals. And this came home to me in another conversation, another context recently, where the discussion was about the huge importance of making sure that students can transfer well from one institution to another, and how important that is to what we do. And at UNT, more of our incoming undergraduate students are transferred than not. So that's a huge piece of what we do. On the other hand, if we design a curriculum that looks like to the public and to students that a good education is constructed by picking a course anywhere you want to do it and putting it together in a heap, then that's not the right message either. And somewhere there's a balance between understanding the need to make sure that there is a facilitated transfer and the need to help students understand that an education is constructed into a whole that is facilitated by the relationships and the interrelationships between faculty, courses, students in the program together, and that sort of thing. So I don't know what to say exactly. Just it seems that in the preamble, recognition of the faculty role and recognition of the importance of balancing the various goals and things that we're trying to achieve out of this might be helpful.
Those are very good points. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Okay.
All right.
Well, then we'll go to the next section, which starts from the top of page 9, that says the revision process, and it goes to about page 12. And Danny and Jeff
Actually, that was Lynn and Shannon.
Lynn and Shannon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Lynn and Shannon, thank you. That they put this together for us. So, Lynn and Shannon, may I ask you guys to take this part and maybe go through that with the group a little bit?
We worked really on the evolution of the process, the meetings that have gotten us to this place. We went through each of the meetings in which the UEAC had discussed the core curriculum starting back in 2009. And I think we wanted to give particular emphasis to the amount of time that was spent discussing and researching and working as a group to formulate the recommendations so that everyone was aware of the seriousness with which these recommendations were approached, that we had looked at other colleges, other states, and so before any motion was made, a significant amount of discussion and consideration went into that. So these are written, I think, with an emphasis on conveying that to the coordinating board and any other entities who might read this.
Yeah, I also might add that along with that discussion, we tried to include in each one of the meeting date segments exactly which motions were passed and failed and so forth, just to have that in the record.
Okay, anything further, Ted? Anybody have any comments, suggestions about this particular section of the report?
Well, thank you. These two ladies really did a good job and kept kind of summarized everything for us. And as they said, it was in really great detail. And what was good is that they also put it in a more summarized form in a timeline towards the very end. So if you just want to just look at a timeline, you can see the things that were passed and so on. So thank you. Okay. Now we go to the recommendation section, which goes from page 13 to page 18. And now we're coming to Danny and Jeff. So if you guys might want to take that over.
Well, we basically went through the meeting notes that were online and the notes that we had from the various meetings and pulled out any recommendations that were voted and approved and then put them together in the categories that you see here, almost, I think, according to the timeline as to what order it was done, and then we added some charts to try to make it a little clearer for people. And that's it. Wasn't that hard?
They really did the same with the previous group. They were very detailed, and they actually had at one time both charts, the original one that we start working on and the one that we finally voted. So we did take out the first one and just put the final one in there. But you can see the final chart is on page 16, and the allocation of the hours in the various foundational component areas on page 17.
And this is actually part of the recommendation, so we should look at the format.
Okay. So we should look at the actual formal recommendations at the same time, okay, and which is up there on the chart also. Sorry, on the PowerPoint.
No, just this is the review.
Okay, and again,
Yeah.
these are the review of each of those recommendations that we have on there. Starting on page 13, the first one is to look at the purpose of the new proposed core curriculum. The second one is our 6 core curriculum objectives and the definitions. Then we look at the foundational component areas in recommendation 3, and each of them talk about courses in this category focuses on what areas and what do they involve, and what are the core objectives corresponding to each of those foundational component areas. Then in recommendation 4, we look at the allocation of hours. And then in recommendation 5, we look at the assessment reporting process and aligning that with the CB and SACs. And finally is the timeline, which will go a little bit more in detail later on too.
Assessment, we have not.
I think once Danita and Lorraine have that, yeah.
So these are the summary of all the recommendations, and we'll talk about 5 and 6 in just a minute because the assessment group will take over 5, and then the staff will help us also look in the timeline for recommendation 6. What we've been very familiar with is recommendations 1 through 4, obviously, because we've been talking about that for a long time.
And recommendations 1 through 4, remember, are those pieces of this that as a committee we've already voted on and approved. We have not approved recommendation 5 and 6 as of yet. So after we've discussed that, then we'll talk about a vote on it and so forth. So just to make that clear, that 1 through 4 have already been voted on and approved, and 5 and 6 have yet to be approved by this committee.
I'd just like to comment that in the feedback that I've gotten in our accountability peer group and in talking to some of our faculty and stuff, the bulk of the questions that I've received and the concerns that I've heard have been about what's on page 16, about the mapping of objectives to foundational areas. Mm-hmm. And my thoughts are just simply in this report to recognize that chart has generated lots of questions and lots of concerns, and whatever amount of clarity we can bring to the situation within the report I think will help smooth the process. The more understanding we can provide of what we're recommending here, the better off we'll be.
Yes, I've heard some of the same comments. Mm-hmm. Ted?
I'm not trying to open up a bag of worms. I just looking at it again, it's on recommendation 4 under social and behavioral sciences. I'm just trying to ask the dumb question what it means. And I know we passed it, but it says courses in this category focus on the convergence of science and what makes us human. I'm not sure what it means, because is it the convergence of science is one thing and what makes us human is another, or is it the convergence of science and what makes us human? I'm not sure why that's unique to behavioral sciences, but I don't know why it's jumping out now, but I just wanted to ask. I'm not sure, and I'm not...
Where did we get that language from?
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's just for clarity, because it would seem to me if it's the convergence of science, the scientist would say, well, why not us or a biologist, or why is that behavioral and social? I'm not sure it's needed in the whole thing. That's just a question, because it seems to me to be unclear. I know we've talked about a lot of these, but it's just second, third, fourth reading. Does anybody remember?
I think it was words drawn, and I don't remember the source, but it was words drawn from another source. My memory of what we were trying to get at there, let me use slightly different words there, is the focus on the use of the sciences in the exploration of what makes us human. In other words, it is the application of scientific processes to the human and social condition is what that arena addresses. And what we were trying to do when we framed each of these was to have a parallelism in the presentation of the materials. So in a sense, you had kind of a summary statement of what this category is about, and then you had a statement that kind of talked about the elements of it, and then you had a statement that was that was explicit about which of the different core curriculum areas needed to be addressed.
I agree. I'm just not sure that's what it says. If I read this document new, I'd look at that and say, what in heaven's name are you talking about? That's it.
Does anyone know whether UEAC crafted this sentence ourselves, or is this used elsewhere? Is this AAC&U language or anything?
We could go back through the meeting materials. As those of you who were in the room for these discussions will recall, there was a lot of discussion about how the descriptions of the various foundational component areas should work. And I know that there was a lot of small group discussion over 2 or 3 meetings about this. And each of the work groups worked in between meetings and brought back recommendations for the full group to discuss. I don't off the top of my head remember where this particular one came from, Ted.
And again, I reiterate, what does it mean is my real question. What's converging? Is it the sciences, or is it science with...
Should it be with what makes
I'm not
us
sure.
human?
I mean, I could think of another sentence that wouldn't be controversial, but it seems to me this is just unclear.
Because I think it is the convergence of science with the study of what makes us human.
I mean, I would say...
Now, that's sloppy.
Right, but it focuses on the contributions that the social and behavioral sciences make to understanding what it means to be human, but that's not about a convergence. So.
Because I think the idea behind the language of convergence was the whole notion that both the social and the behavioral sciences, at least in the post-World War II era, have, as you well know, have tried to adopt or at least adapt some of the scientific notion of empirical study and what have you. And I think that's what, but I'm just saying that's what that's trying to get at is, now whether it does or not, it's a whole other issue. But I think that's where they were coming from with this when it was set up. And if anybody can remember anything about this, I'd be glad to hear from you.
We gathered stuff from a number of sites, and then we discussed them a number of times. So I think we could probably track it back and find out, but I don't remember specifically.
But at this point in time, if it is something that is causing, ambiguity and all that, if there is
my
a
worry
better
would be explaining it to a
definition,
faculty member and them saying, this makes no sense to me.
if there's a better...
Whereas the other ones do. I think the other ones are pretty clear.
So Ted and Celia mentioned something too. I was jotting some notes down. So if there's another way that you can see to
I mean, I would
clarify that?
I
We can
think it's
definitely
about
change
the
that too.
contribution that these things make to our understanding of what it is to be human. And that's simple, and then it makes sense for the next two paragraphs,
Okay. So,
as opposed to saying a convergence or getting involved in any...
so Ted, help me out. How would you rephrase that one?
I would simply say courses in this category focus on the contribution that the social and behavioral sciences make to our understanding what it is to be human. And I think that's what social and behavioral sciences do. Then that gets us out of convergence.
I think one of the difficulties is using the term social and behavioral sciences
Is that
to
first
define the
line.
term social and behavioral sciences, and we had this conversation
I know.
several meetings ago.
Could you potentially say the application of scientific methods in understanding what makes us human?
Would that work?
Again, but that's biology.
So you
That's the problem. It's not exclusive.
No, the scientific methods have been adopted and used in these areas. It doesn't mean the sciences. It means the scientific methods, which is the empirical work that using both qualitative and quantitative methods. The rigor of examining ideas and various methods of approved structures to make sure that they're hold water.
Yeah.
So, Sid, are you saying that courses in this category focus on the use of scientific methods to understand what makes us human? What did you phrase it?
Or
That's-
scientific process.
Scientific process? Methods?
Method's a lot different than process.
To understand what
Method
makes
is
us...
the way of looking at something, process is altogether different.
So does anybody want to make an amendment? Catherine, would that be the right
I think
thing to do?
if you want to reconsider any of the things you voted on, it would have to be through a formal vote process.
I'm not proposing it. I'm just saying
No, and I understand.
But that's why I want to have this discussion
Yeah.
too, is that if something is not...
Yeah, now's the time for us to...
my question would be, when we apply something like this, would you be including a class like geography or geographic information systems or a philosophy class in sociology, for example? That's not really the scientific method, but it's a sociology class that might be a core class in the discipline of sociology. I'm thinking down the road as someone's trying to say what classes meet this requirement or this objective. That's all.
I'm sorry, Ted, I thought maybe I misunderstood you, but wouldn't that type of a course be a core, quote-unquote, course within a degree plan rather than a core general education course?
I'm just saying, when it will go to the faculty at a certain point in time when they present classes that will meet the core requirement, they will look at this and say, well, does it have to be a behavioral class that's using public opinion polling or whatever? And I'm pretty vanilla about what it is. I just want to make sure we know, if you have a statement like this about scientific method, that you're meaning these classes and not those. You might not mean anthropology in that sense. Cultural anthropology might be rejected.
Well, cultural anthropology would include both quantitative and qualitative measures.
Right.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know what it means. That's why it's hard to apply it. That's all I'm saying.
But I think, though, if we're saying it's the application of scientific methods, it could be qualitative, it could be quantitative.
Right,
I could
that's
see
right.
the GPS system having
I agree.
exactly those things in it.
But I like the application. I think that's better, too.
And Cynthia, something that you want to share?
Well, what I was focusing on is the statement below that doesn't you don't feel gives enhanced understanding of what the first.
I love the ones afterwards. No, it's the general characterization. I just don't understand. I don't know what it means. That's all. My real concern is I don't know what the convergence of science in the behavioral sciences means. Because one argument is there is no convergence in the behavioral sciences. It's a whole bunch of other things: statistical, qualitative, case study, all of this stuff.
So I would offer a motion that we amend this sentence so that it would now read, the courses in this category focus on the application of scientific methods in the understanding of what makes us human.
I think it's better.
Does that help? I mean, I think it clarifies.
I think I could explain it to a faculty member if we said that, yeah.
Okay.
Would you repeat that, please?
The courses in this category focus on the application of scientific methods and the understanding of what makes us human.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second?
Are there methods? I thought there was a method, scientific method.
There are many different methods that would be scientific. There'd be qualitative, quantitative. There'd be various disciplines would hold different scientific methods as the ones that they might employ.
Yeah, and I think what Juan is alluding to is the difference between the scientific method as applied to primarily natural sciences and the notion of scientific methods applied in the social and behavioral sciences that are different. And I think that part of the issue that Ted is raising is that when we say the convergence of science, it tends to imply the scientific method as opposed to the scientific methods used in the social and behavioral sciences. And I think that's part of the confusion about, and I tend to agree with you, on third or fourth reading. Yeah.
So actually the S clarifies that point.
Yes, so the S is a part of the motion and I think makes it clear.
Yeah, exactly. Did we get a second?
Yes.
Second.
Yes.
All right, further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so we'll make that change, and we'll also, as Larry suggested, provide further clarity on how you to look at the table on page 16. And I think that goes in with a timeline a little bit too, and also the assessment part. Hopefully that will add a bit more to it.
Right. It goes in, and what, I've had questions such as, is this the table or a table? What amount of flexibility do we have? How do we determine whether classes are meeting these or not? So it's partly assessment, and it's partly when we're structuring this, how do we know how much teamwork is has to be improved.
Right, because that goes into the assessment of details a little bit too, right?
Yeah.
And some of the work that's going to have to take place with this, I mean, let's assume that the coordinating board actually passes the new rules pretty much the way we have recommended that they do. Part of what happens after that, though, is then also in writing those rules also comes the notion of trying to provide some guidance and clarity about what all this means in the next phase. And I suspect that this committee would be involved to some extent in helping to craft some of that clarification. And many of us will probably be called on to actually go and explain this or try to explain this to people. I mean, Agnes and I have already been tapped for this. I mean, I've done 2 presentations on this already at other places, and I have at least 2 more that I know of ahead of me. So I think that's also part of the role of this committee is as we go back out to our institutions and so forth, is to help spread the word and make sure that we can explain this adequately in terms of what it means. So I think you raise a good point too. Juan and then Celia.
On the foundational component areas, language, philosophy, and culture, my last selection there was language, thought, and culture. But I just want to get a little reminder what did that
I'll go back and check. I don't know off the top of my head, but I will certainly go back and check.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. No.
I think just as a reminder to us all, this page with the options and that sort of thing on it is indeed one that will be highly discussed because it is the place where the rubber meets the road for folks. And I think it is one of those places where we face the challenge of the balance. because the intent behind it was that a student could take one of these component areas at any place and know that they had the necessary full set. And that's exactly the tension that we faced in this process. And because it is a tension, it will be a piece of discussion. It will be difficult for individual campuses to come in and say, my math class, I don't know that I want to do teamwork in, or I don't know that I want to do social. That's exactly where this falls, and exactly the tensions we face in the process.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Any other discussion points on this section?
I'm going to suggest you might want to think about whether you want to make any more formal recommendations about how the information on this chart should be used. I don't know that we need any, but, since the question's been raised, do we need further guidance for institutions in the form of actual recommendations?
Can I ask a question? I'd assume, given the way this is written, it could be met at different institutions in different disciplines. So you could have a course in philosophy meeting a certain requirement, as well as a course in cross-cultural anthropology that might be meeting your language, philosophy, and culture requirement. Is this then the information that the schools give out there publicly, so it's an easy transferable issue when someone starts moving around? Or is that something that you're digging out? I mean, some of these, like history and government, are pretty located in a discipline.
I think in the same way that TACRO had recommended, identifying numbers for each of the component areas in the existing core curriculum, there would need to be a way to identify the foundational component area that the course would fulfill the requirement in that area. And then if it is designated to fulfill that requirement in that area, then there would be the responsibility also for the address of the core objectives that have been identified for that area. Every course would have to address the objectives as well as content, and so would be linked to one component area. I mean, that's pretty standard in all the core curricula that we looked at all over the U.S.
Yeah, and I think we'd probably wind up with just a revised nomenclature of what TACRO.
Because it's got to be able to be transcripted.
That would be able to indicate from one institution to the next that it fulfilled that requirement. So, but that is one of those. That's one of those kind of details that at some point we'll have to make sure gets taken care of, or that we recommend that it gets taken care of and covered somehow. So,
this is good discussion. The co-chairs have set aside the entire morning portion of the meeting for discussion and reflection. So, now's the time to bring up these questions. It's a good thing.
Yes, Lynn.
I have another question, and maybe I'm really off base, so please correct me if so. But I felt that there was like a shadow image throughout the report, the importance of the core objectives, the learning objectives. But and as I understand what we're doing here, we're engaging in though modest on the surface, it's a seismic shift from focus on the component learning areas to the core objectives. This is just huge. And I see it as very valuable and very useful and important to make that shift, because a student can graduate from a university in Texas with a lot of knowledge in these component areas, but not many objective type skills in terms of critical thinking, teamwork, social responsibility, and so forth. And I wonder if I've missed the more overt statement of the hugeness of this shift. Point that out to me. But if I haven't, should we state more forcefully up front the importance of this movement that we're making.
So Lynn, what I'm hearing, and please correct me too, is something like what Celia mentioned with like faculty engagement and how we balance
Yes.
with, you know,
Yes.
all the objectives that we have, is to add this part also of the shift of just students learning things in component areas to now we would like them to be able to attain these core objectives wherever they are in the state of Texas getting an education, higher ed education, to include that part in the executive summary and also in the first part of the report to stress that.
Yeah, if I were a professor trying to do the best I knew how to do with the core as it now exists, I think I would see my primary responsibility as teaching the component areas. But if we're shifting the focus more to not ignoring the component areas, but saying, as you teach those, there are certain outcomes that we hope you'll be emphasizing. That for buy-in of faculty, I think, is huge and necessary and needs to be really clear from the outset.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in one of my earlier remarks, I said something about how this may not look like much at first, but
It is.
it really is a huge shift. And you know, and even if you just consider the current core has 6 competencies, and we have collapsed. We've put the first 4 of those 6 into one category now. Okay, reading, writing, listening, and speaking has all been put into one core objective, and we have added to. We have expanded, in that sense, the breadth of the core as general education objectives tremendously from what it was to start with. And I think you're absolutely right. I know that in the institutions that I've served in, the impetus has always been, and some of this is because it was easier to do, but there was more emphasis put on the exemplary learning objectives than there were on the core competencies. And again, some of that was because that's what everybody in the disciplines, including myself, understood. Those I could relate to, by and large. I never could quite figure out how to assess them meaningfully, but I could relate to them as objectives in the classroom and in coursework, whereas the core competencies were a little bit more abstract and a little more abstract, I guess, is the best way to put it. And this does, you're right, it does make that sort of seismic shift from the focus on coursework, which I don't think needs to be lost, but more to a focus on what are those kinds of skills and knowledge that you need to be successful in any coursework or in any career, regardless of what it is. So I agree with you. I think we could and certainly enhance the discussion of that in both the executive summary and probably in rationale and those two, at least in those 2 spots.
We'll definitely add that. And then Juan Carlos, Dick, and Ted all have their hands up.
Okay.
And, I'm sorry, Jeannie.
And Jeannie.
There is on page 8, part 3 on pedagogy. It looks to me like a very appropriate place to, I just don't write this down, but something along the lines of, in that paragraph, the new core curriculum is intended to create a deliberate effort on the part of faculty to integrate the core objectives into all aspects of courses within the core curriculum. I think that's our intent.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Juan Carlos?
I want to just say, well said, Lynn. I thought that was the most important thing that we have accomplished. And one way that may be possible to emphasize that is in recommendation 3, where it says establish 9 foundational component areas. In reality, they were already established. We didn't really change much. But the core objectives were the really creative input. So instead of saying that, it just said establish the core objectives and mapped into the 9 foundational component areas. So, and it changed the whole recommendation where A becomes B and B becomes A. So it's kind of like a shift, emphasizing the points that Larry and Lynn has made. But this is the point to emphasize those points.
In recommendation 2, we did say establish the 6 core objectives already. So perhaps in recommendation 3, we can say map core curriculum objectives to the 9 foundational areas.
Correct.
But the thing is that will work. Then we can show the 9 areas and then show the chart. So you're suggesting to flip the title of recommendation 3, right?
Not only change the title, but change the order so that
show the chart first.
Show the chart
Put
first.
the definitions later.
So what is A becomes B and B becomes A.
Right.
Okay.
And then when the statement of A, which is already stating some of the points that Lynn brought about must include, every course must include core objectives and so on, the emphasis on those words.
And then elaborate on that.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. We defined these foundational areas more than established them. We're working with them.
Well, but we did talk about whether we wanted to keep them all or not. So I think it might, well, we'll have to have a motion anyway, but I think it might be good to say, we could say reestablished or retained the same, but we did have a very long morning discussion about whether we wanted to keep all of those
Yes.
Or
areas or
reaffirmed,
not.
maybe.
Huh? Reaffirm something, but I think if we just don't say anything at all about that, then it doesn't reflect what we actually did do.
Right, because we did, number 2 is we got the new 6 core objectives. Now what do we do with them in number 3? And if establish is not the right word, whether reestablished, reaffirmed, and all that, but we did make changes to them.
Yeah, we
Because
did. We changed
there was not
some-
9 before.
some wording.
Well, we only reaffirmed part of
Some
them.
of them.
And we dropped 1 altogether. Remember, computer literacy is currently one of the core competencies. And we dropped computer literacy from this list altogether. And then we kept critical thinking as a separate piece. And then we put reading, writing, speaking, and listening, which is currently 4 of the competencies, we put into that first one on communication. Now, Jeannie, you had...
Well, I was just going to, this is back on some things that were already discussed, but like if this is really well done, and if we're going to go before like the commission or legislative, I agree that I'd like to see something up front to say, like what you have on the rationale on page 5, to say, this is, because we've got to present it as, this is the new, the big, the reason, and not just like textbook reading like we've all been taught, if we want it to be a change. Because I think in the groups that Larry and I were in, when you first time present it to administrators or to faculty, immediately they cannot get past what is their area, what's in it for me. And so if you totally present it and focus it from the objective side in what needs to be the focus and help them go there instead of, well, the components are still there, they're still yours, and they just feel left out and they just want to argue about it. And they don't interpret it the same way you do. And so why did you do that? I mean, that's just kind of the way the mentality is. So, but I think if you reverse it and you say this is the 21st century, this is the most important thing, the objectives for skilled workforce and all this are the most important aspects, and then you go into the history and the rest of it, it might have a different focus for people to buy into.
I think I'll just follow. I'm sorry.
Mark's next.
I'd like to emphasize that we really didn't drop computer literacy. It got incorporated into that communication area because that was one of those that I was speaking up for. That was a critical piece, and so we rolled it under communication as literacy was included when you're orally communicating. You may have to develop something, or when you're written presentation and such. So I don't want people to believe that it was just dropped. It's still incorporated in here.
Oh, good point. Dick?
You know, if the true sea change is moving away from emphasis purely on content to seeing content as a vehicle to teach skills, the proof in the pudding may be in recommendation 5, where we take a look at how we assess it. And specifically, although I agree with 5 says here, most faculty see SACS as being an irrelevant activity. They don't buy into it. So if we're saying we want to use this evaluation as a way to show that our efforts are in fact teaching these skills, maybe the bold print wording on that should address that.
Okay. I think that's a good point, too. Ted?
I want to raise a question that's sort of down the line would be an issue. And I'm a political scientist, so I jump to this. And a lot of my kids AP out of core requirements in government and history. But if I look at what we're expecting as core competencies, can we say that AP classes meet that? And I'm specifically looking at the communication skills and teamwork skills. We're just certifying that they did well on a multiple choice test, and they get out of 9 credits of the core. So that's just a comment, and I think it's even deeper, though, with classes that make part and parcel of our, right now, online classes. Will we get a feedback loop that if they're looking at core competencies seriously in the political science department or history department with our online courses, and can they say we've actually taught teamwork? Now, I'm not rejecting to it. I'm just saying we're doing, this is a big growth area out there, is online and AP. Right. And it's an important part of our core. And I'm not, if we get into something where we'll start saying, well, no online class in government will count because it can't do teamwork, or it doesn't.
Online can do teamwork.
I understand, but that's not the way the political scientists are teaching it right now at a lot of schools. They're creating classes and multiple choice tests based on the book like AP tests.
Sure. I'd like to, Larry, make a comment. This is kind of falls on the comment I was going to make after what Jeannie said. We're in the accountability groups where we sat, and in the input I've had, a whole lot of the questions I've had directed at me was, well, what about anatomy and physiology? What about this course by course? And the answer I've always given has been, does it cover foundational information, and can you incorporate, these objectives into it? And if you can, you've got a core curriculum course. And it's a thing, an understanding effort that we're going to have to battle, that it's not based on the rubric. And so the answer to...
You change the course.
Right.
You have to change the course, but recognize... you're right. I didn't think of the seismic shift in sort of hitting bam,
exactly. And so my answer on the online course, when the question is methodology, well, does an AP, does an online, does a face-to-face, does one count and does the other not? Well, the answer is, does it incorporate the core objectives, and is it foundational? And if it can be done in online,
well, the AP one's the big one, because I
agree that would be all.
Yes, that's going to be difficult because those are the ones we don't have control of the curriculum over. Everything else we do in some sense, and so. But you're right, and this is a conversation that took place in this group pretty early on about the shift in. Where the shift is going to take place in the way the courses are taught more than anything else. In a lot of ways, it's not necessarily the subject matter content that shifts at all, but the way that subject matter content is then presented and taught so that it does reflect those objectives. And that, and Lynn is absolutely right. That's where that sort of almost subtle but yet seismic shift occurs.
We may run into the same problem we had with political science in terms of state law and core requirements, because we're required to accept IB classes, and there's no way that's going to have it's the same dynamic that Ted's talking about in terms of there's not the team building in the international baccalaureate classes in those areas.
We just may have to be willing to accept that level of imperfection and hope that since we have those core objectives covered elsewhere, hopefully the students don't miss out too badly.
Can I, this template, which I think Larry's right though, is this the grinder through which we approve, and if it doesn't meet one of them, then it doesn't get approved. So it's not just a goal. This isn't like a, what's the word?
Yes,
This
right,
is
yeah,
a
this is not, yeah.
This is a grinder. This is the meat grinder as opposed to aspirations.
Right. And as Celia said earlier, that this is where the majority of, the balances will have to be worked out.
Yeah.
So-
Absolutely.
But this, as I understand it, this proposal is that these are the criteria for a class to be accepted in the component area.
Would it be clearer if we changed the X's to required?
So we change them to exclamation points.
And with that, really, I think we might want to go to the assessment part, because that's where, as we said, the rubber meets the road and all that. Juan Carlos, you have a comment you want to make?
Just wonder if the motion should be made about recommendation 3 in terms of making those changes. In that case, I would like to make the motion. Or no?
I don't think we actually need a motion for that, because it's a matter of presentation, not a matter of actually changing the recommendation itself.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't change the substance, but it does change the presentation, which I think is a good idea.
Hello?
What I have done, if we could do it this way, so is recommendation 3A, taking a word, map the core objectives to the reaffirmed 9 foundational component areas, and 3B, define the 9 foundational component areas.
I think the reason that we kind of drafted it this way was, if you have determined your core objectives, you can't map them onto something if you haven't determined the component areas. So you have to determine, it's like if you're going to play a game, you have to make up all the game pieces before you can start to play. And so I think that's why it was arranged the way it was, that if you've got objectives, but you haven't defined your component areas yet, and these are different component areas from the ones in the existing core curriculum, so I'm a little concerned about language that would say reaffirm, because I really think this is redefining. The statute requires components. That's part of the statutory law, which is why we call them this. But if we haven't figured out what they are, then we can't map anything.
That's why I sort of put it as a 3A and B, so they're really tied together, as opposed to recommendation 3 and recommendation 4. Perhaps that would...
If you want to, I mean, we were putting the recommendations together out of what the committee has voted, but that's why we're bringing it to you. If we need to split this into establish the objectives, establish what the component areas will be for this go-around, and then map the one onto the other, that would be easy to do.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and if you think about it, that's actually how the committee operated in terms of formulating all this as we went along. Lynn?
What about just retitling that recommendation 3, revise foundational component areas, and then go on with the rest? Instead of locking yourself into 9, in the title, you say that in letter A anyway, just say revise foundational component areas. And continue.
You changed the whole...
And then have a separate one for the mapping?
I haven't gotten that far.
Sorry.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, not necessarily.
So should we just split that and go the 6 core curriculum objectives, the 9 foundational component areas, and then the mapping? Then it'll be clear. It's not saying that one is more important than the others.
I think it makes it clearer.
I think it makes it clearer.
Right.
So the mapping doesn't become an addendum to...
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll do that because that is presentation.
Okay.
So we don't have to vote or anything, but we'll just split them up in the presentation of the report and go with it that way. Okay.
And that's fine, because remember that while we actually voted on each one of these recommendations, we've never actually voted on the language of the recommendation itself, so we don't need to go through some protracted process of motioning and seconding and all that to change the language on this. And what I will look for as we go along is that I'll look for consensus out there, and so if
That's
someone,
why this is a draft.
So if someone objects to any of this, then please feel free to chime in and object?
I'm not objecting. I'm just going to jump in on the next point.
Okay, go.
Which is actually the one that we started before we got to this, which is our discussion of the intent, the true intent that the classroom experience or the instructional and educational experience for the student will be different in here, potentially, or should be expected to be different. And I don't know whether it probably doesn't need to be in the form of a motion, but I want to make a strong comment that we make that explicit within the narrative and the structure of the report.
And I don't think anyone objects to that, so we'll just take that to heart and incorporate it. Okay.
To the assessment.
Any other discussion about any of this prior to the assessment piece before we go into it?
Yes.
Yeah, Bill.
I'm still not clear on what teamwork is. I've discussed this with my faculty, and they can't separate it from group dynamics. Somebody thought we ought to call it bonding. The bottom line is I remember when it was produced, and we talked about it at some length, and I think we all just ignored the fact that we never arrived at a consensus. And I can't truly describe it for anybody. I don't know exactly what the components to teamwork are, which makes it difficult. And perhaps the assessment tool will take care of that, I'm not sure. But right now, I'm not conceptually clear on it.
Perhaps the assessment tool will help us because when we're looking at the LEAP initiatives, they have the value rubrics, and they even have a rubric on teamwork, and on different levels too, and definitions and so on.
Okay.
So when we get to that point, perhaps we can expand on that.
Yeah, we can come back to that. That's not, no problem. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and move on to the assessment piece of this? And remember, that is a recommendation that we have not voted on, so we will need to consider this in terms of
And Lorraine
voting
and
at some
Danita
point.
may have revisions that they want to suggest because this is new territory.
And we do have a modest definition of teamwork in on page 13.
I'm still not clear on it, but I read it.
All right, Lorraine and Danita, y'all take it away.
Danita and I are going to tag team today. I'm going to take turns with the slides, and I want to make sure that specifically we thank the folks that came and met for a long day of assessment talk, and then lots of follow-up emails and conference calls. In particular, a special thank you to Mark Smith, who came from Temple, and then also Larry King, who came from Stephen F. Austin. He can't be here today, but shout out to Larry. Also, Danita and I want to thank Lucy for spending a whole day wrestling through these ideas. And then finally, we really felt it was important to have a fresh set of eyes that weren't looking at all of the UEAC stuff over the course of a year or so. And while Libby has stayed up on things, we really are grateful to Libby Barlow from the University of Houston for coming and giving us a fresh look at the work we were doing. So when we set out to begin, as you know, it's really easy to make assessment complicated. I don't know if being more and more complicated in this day and age with accountability and assessment is necessarily a good idea. What we ought to be able to do is explain things in a more simple way. And in fact, my provost used the word simplicate the other day, and I thought, you know what, I like that. So we set out to establish what are our values. Everything that we discussed that day, we put through a filter of our values. And so that was the beginning conversation. What do we value when we talk about assessment? And so we said we value UEAC's core objectives form the foundation of the institution's general education core curriculum. And we said that we value institutions use assessment of UEAC's core objectives to improve student learning.
Page 19.
Page 19 is the page on the report. Yes, thank you. And then we said that we value faculty participation, Celia, is integral throughout the assessment cycle. And we said that we value that institutions use multiple measures for effective assessment,
including at least one direct measure per core objective. And we said that we value externally informed benchmarks to be encouraged. And then lastly, an understanding that assessment practice is evolving. Working in an assessment office for the last nearly a decade, I guess, I know my colleagues and I are constantly emailing each other with new ideas for assessing core objectives. So I know that this process is going to be evolving. Even when we met during conference calls and emails later, we continue to filter our ideas through these values. I'm going to ask Danita to talk about our recommendations.
Well, one thing that we came out of the meeting with, 10 of that committee, would be that we would assess the core, the 6 objectives of the core. Now, just like Lynn was talking about earlier, this report is a shift. Well, the assessment of the core, based around 6 objectives, it's going to be a shift. And we're going to have to keep reinforcing the fact that we're not talking about what happens in the courses. They may be the input to how you assess the core, but we're talking about the 6 assessments, the 6 objectives being assessed for the report. As you know, by statute, the core curriculum has to be assessed. And our recommendation come in 2 parts. The required assessment would be a 10-year process. We spent much time talking about why 10 years rather than 5 years. And there is probably a laundry list of reasons that we could cite off to you. Big ones being that it takes time to do the complete closing the loop process and getting improvements. So if you do a 5-year, it may not be enough time. Okay, so we looked at the 10-year again. We also felt like just the volume of things coming to the coordinating board with needing that approval, 10 years is enough right there. So we stayed with this 10-year recommendation. The second thing is the statute specifically requires that the coordinating board staff confirm that the core curriculum has been assessed. So we are recommending on the required part that there would be a submission of the 6 core objectives as the report to the coordinating board, and they would grant the approval. Something that grew out of our discussion, and honestly, people like Lorraine and Libby and Mark and Larry and I were shocked that we were saying these words, was that we were looking for something even more than what we would ask the coordinating board staff to do. To go above and beyond, because this goes back to what we valued. We wanted to improve student learning while aligning with the SAC's requirements. So we came up with a recommendation of an optional approach. Institutions would not have to do this, but could do it. And I like Libby Barlow's definition of this would be a dress rehearsal for us. It would mean that we would have peer reviewers, therefore it would be colleagues across the state, not necessarily of the same institutional size nor characteristics, but people who really have a broad understanding of the SAC's assessment requirements. And you guys that have dealt with SACs at all know that that takes some time, okay? But that we would have maybe a peer reviewer group could be brought in of 3 to 5 people. The institution would be the institution that submitted the report to the coordinating board would be responsible for obtaining the peer reviewers. We did not think it was something that the coordinating board could take on as an additional task. So we were recommending that if we had peer reviewers, and again, this is not something that requires meetings necessarily, can be done in a virtual environment, you could probably get more information as an institution and benefit more from the assessment of the curriculum if you
took the optional route. The optional route provides us still that value of improving student learning, that second value that Lorraine mentioned, but it doesn't tie us to having to do it a particular way like the statute mandates. So we gave that twofold. On the report itself, it's on your slide handout, and it's on page 21 of your report. The closing the loop process is what we're recommending. You would have to, by institution, submit for each of the core objectives. Forget the component foundational areas and think core objectives. This is that shift again, Lynn. And for communication, for critical thinking, for each of those 6, you would have to identify which assessment methods, those could be the measures, the methodologies, and how frequently and what kind of timeline you have for that assessment process. So you would do it for communication, do another one for critical thinking. Okay, you would also provide for each of those the criteria or the targets that you were shooting for and why you chose those targets, probably based on some kind of external benchmarking. So you saw that reflected in our values. We felt this was an opportunity to carry it out in the reporting. Then, of course, you have to provide us evidence of did you attain them. Most of us refer to that as the results, so we use that term for each of those 6 core objectives. And the next 2 are probably the most important. Analysis of what those findings, what those results show, your interpretation of those findings, those results, and what kinds of things did you do differently to improve or revise. Those are your actions. And then as a result of the actions, what kind of follow-up? Hopefully there's some kind of follow-up. And in a 10-year cycle, you have that opportunity. We did not tell exactly how many had to be done each year or any of those kinds of things because we're looking at the core as a block. We're looking at the 6 objectives for the assessment of that core. And we are allowing the institutions to define those timelines within that 10-year process. The most important thing, of course, is did we get to the point of really improving student learning? And by doing it with the intent of this committee from the very beginning of actually improving what we do in the classroom and how we engage students, and maybe it worked, maybe it didn't work. So that's what we were shooting to do. And Lorraine has a follow-up on that because some of the questions that Bill had and others may have that you talk with are about how do you do assessment of some of these new categories of core objectives. So I'm going to let Lorraine continue. I wanted to thank Rex and Agnes. I know went to Houston in October and started a conversation with the folks from AAC&U about state-level initiatives related to the LEAP program, which, as you know, is a resource in our packet. And I think there were a few other people there as well.
Ron Swain was there, too.
Ron, okay. From that, we are very honored that the president of AAC&U is going to come and be our keynote speaker at the assessment conference, the 11th annual assessment conference. And she is going to be with us on Sunday at both lunch and dinner for a smaller meeting at lunch and a larger meeting at dinner to continue the conversation about ideas related to the LEAP state initiative. Finally, as the next step in that conversation, in March in Chicago, AAC&U is hosting their General Education and Assessment Next Level Practices Now conference, and they are, during that conference, going to have a LEAP State Summit. And so there will be 4 Texans there ready to do a couple of things. One is listen to LEAP teams from states that are already established LEAP states, such as California, Wisconsin. You'll see both of those are resources in the back of your report as well. Oregon, Utah, Virginia, North Dakota, those are established LEAP states. And then there are going to be other states that are having the conversation about what are these benefits to being a LEAP state? What does this really mean? We know that LEAP promotes the essential learning outcomes. We know that it promotes high-impact educational practice, and we know that it promotes authentic assessments. We know that they give us the value rubrics as a template for assessing. So there's a lot of opportunity there for documenting national and state progress and providing every student with a high-quality education. So those are some of the benefits of becoming a LEAP state. I am grateful to McGregor and Kevin because they are, even during the busy time of the spring, are willing to send Dr. Anya Sebastian from the coordinating board to at least talk about what those benefits might look like for Texans. And we'll see what we learn, and we'll come back and we'll actually be anxious to share that information with you once we have more information. But this conversation's a long and ongoing one, and I think it's an exciting one. When people say, gosh, how do you assess teamwork? That's a great question. But there are people that have been thinking about this, and we ought to be paying attention at least to what they're saying and seeing if we can adapt that in our own situations, especially now that we have to tackle that page 16. Questions?
Just a clarification on my part, where on page 21 it says the assessment report of the core objectives will describe the assessment for each of the 6 core objectives. That's perfectly clear, I understand that, but I can tell you my faculty are going to say, does that mean we have to assess every course in every one of those component areas to do this, or can we pick and choose those courses?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because you'll notice the word course isn't anywhere in this assessment piece, and that was purposeful, and that was because every time that word came out of our mouths, we went back to our values and we started filtering again. And in fact, if you, I'm not sure what page this is on, let's see. There's a special note on page 19 that says the selection of courses for inclusion in the core is a separate process based on the objectives and component area mapping. Now, another key piece, I think, to what you're asking is this says that the assessment is the responsibility of the institution. If the institution says, we want to do course-embedded assessment, that's the institution's right to decide that, and then faculty members may wrestle with the questions you're asking. There are other kinds of assessment we know from the Wendy Erisman report, such as institutional portfolios, such as other kinds of tests that might have external benchmarks. So the question about, oh my gosh, does every faculty have to assess every outcome in every course? I go back to page 16. I mean, we're not even asking every objective to be in every component area. So, no.
We did not, as a committee, choose to, at this point, determine what would be the criteria for a course to go into the actual core curriculum. We did not deal with that topic. We were trying to deal with one thing at a time. The first thing being the assessment of the core. And so Jeffrey, based upon what your institution might choose as the assessment methodology that she was indicating, will determine whether or not every course within your core curriculum, based on the state's approved listing, would be one way of doing it, but we did not mandate that. That's not in our recommendations.
In the last meeting, 2 meetings ago, something like that, Lorraine, you used the term certification process. for that type of thing? Where would that
We haven't, we as a committee, as a subcommittee, did not deal with that.
You know that phase 2 thing that you guys are going to talk about at the end of the meeting? I vote it goes there. But I like using the word certification so that people don't confuse it with assessment.
Is the evaluation at the institutional level, or I know we're not talking courses, but they're delivered in courses or at the course level? Because what follows from this, if you assess a class as not meeting a core requirement, of course, you would say the next thing would be decertifying a course. So are we assessing courses, or are we assessing schools' ability to meet the overall core curriculum in some sort of normal distribution? Some yes, some no. You're doing a good job.
I appreciate your second comment, and that would be more the way that this is viewed. This is an assessment of the 6 core objectives, not the course.
But is it for the universities?
Yes.
What I'm saying.
At the institutional
we are not
level.
going after particular classes failing. That would be an institutional point to approve your institutional profile.
Right, and you might see an institution talk about things like that when they get to the section on analysis, action, and follow-ups.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, because I think that's where that would fall out, because you may want to go back and look at your courses then to determine why it's not being taught there. But that would be an institutional decision within your own assessment process.
I think
It's kind of analogous to the way SACs will look at you, too, when they're going to come out there. They're not going to say, let me see every course. They're going to see samplings and such. So that was the same thought process.
yeah.
Libby has a comment.
Larry?
I would say, again, to emphasize that what will be a very significant area of confusion is that this assessment is intended to be a holistic assessment of these objectives within the core curriculum.
Correct.
With the institution's ability to determine to what extent that digs into course level assessment. But it's holistic, and again, our language needs to make sure people understand that.
Okay. Libby?
I just wanted to make a note. I'm listening carefully to the syntax that we're using in these sentences, and I think we need to be careful to distinguish that what we're assessing is the extent to which students have acquired these skills, which is sometimes very different from whether the institution is teaching this stuff, whether the institution is delivering it. The most important thing, the only thing in the end, is whether students are getting it, and then whether that's a institutional issue or a undergraduate curriculum committee issue or a course level issue is the follow-up decision that an institution makes. But it's really only about what students are learning.
Yeah, good point. Thank you.
When you talked about the peer review process, was that a theoretical discussion, or did you have any conversation about implementation and funding, that sort of thing? And
I'll give a try at this, and I bet we'll have others chiming in. Boy, did we talk about that. So what's required is institutions submit a report every decade, and the coordinating board confirms that the institution did that report and followed the guidelines. But when we thought about our value of improving student learning and thought about things that help, I know at my institution we're right now writing 3.5.1. So the concept around, we're going to do this because we're going to want to share and have a peer review that is self-imposed prior to sending our full document to SACs, and we'll have the time to do that, thankfully. So it is an option that we would encourage institutions to think about identifying their peers and asking their peers to read this, because we think that since assessment is evolving and since we want to improve student learning, there's a lot of value in everybody upping the ante and sharing good practice. But what we didn't want to do is try to impose some sort of peer review required mandate, because we know that SACS has their hands full trying to do something like that, and we didn't want to impose anything at the state level that was going to be an exact replica of what we know already occurs with SACS. But when we talked about it, we used the term dress rehearsal a lot, because we were thinking, wouldn't it be nice if people would feel encouraged and empowered by sharing their work, institutions sharing their work amongst each other, and getting good feedback and improving their practice before they go up for their SACS reaffirmation. That really is what motivated that conversation. But in terms of imposing or mandating something, no. It's just an encouraged
You're talking
option.
about reviewing the report. Okay, that's a
Yes.
distinction.
Yeah.
That should be made, probably.
Okay. Let me look back.
Yeah, and maybe that's just something that needs to be clarified
Yeah.
about that particular piece of it.
That makes a difference.
Any further comments or discussion on this? Cynthia?
I know that we've discussed it a little bit before, and so I don't know if you discussed it as the committee, but is there any recommendation or any kind of thoughts about the timing of the assessment in the program of study and how all of that takes place, or how the institution deals with that?
We just think the institution should deal with that. It looks so different between 2 years and 4 years, and when that assessment happens. So that's why in the very first section called Assessment Methods, we do ask the institution to share their frequency and timeline of assessment, because we expect that would be different by institution. In terms of the report, Cynthia, if you're wanting to know, the current timeline is 2 years in advance of your reaffirmation. We just stayed with the word prior to, because what you might do 2 years out might look different than what you sent in your compliance certification. So we didn't even specifically say if the optional should go in first and then the other one going second. We didn't get any, we decided not to tackle that, whether it should be 2 years out or not, because it can be very different. The main thing we're shooting for is improving the institution and improving student learning, but improving the institution's compliance report is also something we thought about.
Yeah, because I think, one of the threads of discussion that the committee has had particularly about, it came up with both program review and with this piece about assessing the core itself, and that is that as a practical matter, we want to meet the legislative requirement that the coordinating board has to ensure that institutions are assessing the core, and this would do that. But we also want to be able to use the same kind of reporting and evidence that we use for SACS to also satisfy the coordinating board requirements as well. Now, and that's the practical end of that, and so that 10 years is kind of tied to that as well. My suggestion has been all along has always been that once you have your compliance certification report ready to turn into SACS, then you take those pieces of it that the coordinating board needs for this, which is essentially 3.5.1, and turn that into the coordinating board at the same time. I mean, that's just sort of my own practical suggestion on that. But that could be worked out, and I think that's one of those things that'll be sort of determined by coordinating board staff as they work through the revision of the rules and what have you. But I think and this leaves that open to do that, or we could make a recommendation as a part of this about the exact timing of that if we want to. And then how the institution itself sorts all that out within that 10-year time period is another issue. And even within institutions, there's arguments about this. I think that my plan at my institution is that the core will be assessed every 5 years completely. I have someone who's trying to insist that no, it'll be assessed every 2 years. But fortunately, that person works for me, so it'll be assessed every 5 years. So we can settle that issue. Can be settled pretty quickly. But they're just as passionate about a 2-year cycle as I am about a 5-year cycle, and so on. And so those are also internal institutional decisions that can be sorted out and still fit within this scheme quite well. And so one of the things that we've always talked about is trying to leave up to the institutions as much as we possibly can. Mark.
To kind of tie what Rex and Danetta were saying, when we were looking at the timing, we know that SACS predominantly calls you over there to go to your class of whatever meeting 2 years prior. if you're submitting your report 2 years prior, you're already ahead of your SACS thing. And we wanted the alignment. We thought it was critical to have the alignment, and you're not doing double effort. So we purposely didn't put that 2-year point in. We knew that at some point after you got started with SACS, you were going to be ready, and you could submit your report at the same time.
And that would be roughly around the time your compliance certification report is ready, but it could be before that as well. But you're right, it's somewhere in that time frame.
That's what he said.
My feeling has been for several years that we should align the statutory requirements with whatever the institutions are doing in terms of their reaffirmation efforts for SACS. And we made changes a couple of years ago in terms of the reporting cycle from 5 to 10 years. And now, in the revision of the Corps, this is the optimal opportunity to make sure that what you're doing to satisfy Texas statute is identical to what you're doing to satisfy SACS requirements.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion, comments about this particular piece of this? This does require approval by this committee if we want to adopt this as our recommendation to the coordinating board on how the assessment piece of the course should be handled.
I would move that we accept this as a recommendation.
Okay, I have a motion to accept as a recommendation. A second. Any further discussion?
Could we reserve the right to edit typos and things like that? I mean, that's
absolutely.
Yeah, this is a rough draft.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
There are things in there that we're jotting things
Already
down
doing? Absolutely.
Okay. And Catherine was just sharing with me, and you might want to just tell them what your plan is for the next couple of weeks and all that.
Well, I think, Lucy and I have worked very hard this week, not only to sort of tweak the tone of the report so it doesn't sound like it was written by committees, and because y'all are all really good, but y'all are really different, and also just typos, consistency of phrasing, what one group calls core, another group calls core curriculum, and a third group calls general education core curriculum. Somebody has to make decisions about how that gets handled. So I think we'll take all of the results of any votes and any commentary here and make another stab at this and try to get that out to the committee for continuing reflection and comment within the next week to 10 days. We want to get this done before everybody takes off for Christmas. And we would anticipate the next meeting of this committee probably in early February.
Right. And then and at that meeting, I assume we'll have the opportunity to
do this all again.
To do this one more time, and just as we did with the foundational component area of social and behavioral sciences, if there really is an issue that arises out of the draft, then we'll be able to address it. So what we're asking for is essentially this is a motion to approve
the draft,
the basic substance in the
draft.
We're on the right
track,
and then we'll refine.
Do we have a motion on the floor to accept these two recommendations from the assessment group, or accept the report as a whole?
No. This is to accept the two recommendations from the assessment group.
Okay.
Sorry. And we have a motion and a second. A motion made by Celia, a second made by Danny.
I'm a little confused about what the two recommendations are.
Recommendations 5 and 6.
And 6 deals with timeline.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Yeah, recommendation 5.
Recommendation 5.
Yes.
It's all right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Right, just on recommendation 5, and there are two requirements. The first one is on the bottom of page 20, where institutions will electronically submit the assessment report of the core objectives to the CB every 10 years. And number 2, that the CB staff would process the report to confirm assessment of the 6 core objectives. And then the options part, where the institutions have the options to do further assessment.
Okay. What's leading to confusion is we also have a recommendation 5 on page 17 that does not include the same sentence exactly. It doesn't on page 17 it doesn't describe part 2 about what the coordinating board does with it.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, recommendation 5 is printed here. Well, it does because the recommendation about every 10 years is meant to actually define that. And we can clean, and like I said, we can work on actually cleaning that language up so that all that aligns and makes.
I just wanted to,
but yeah, you're good point.
To look at what we were about to vote on.
Well, it never hurts to know what you're voting on.
Are we voting on page 17 or are we voting on pages 20, 21?
Okay, so we have a motion.
So the question is, are we voting on page 17?
The person who made the motion, did you move that we approve what it says on 17? Or?
My presumption is 17 is the formal recommendation. Yes. The rest is an explanation. So my motion would be to approve what's on page 17.
Okay.
Essentially, the commentary is part of the report.
Right. Okay, so we have the motion, and Danny, are you?
Yeah, that's fine.
You're second with that? Okay. So any further discussion, comment? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
And the last recommendation,
and then we need to go to recommendation 6.
right, is on the bottom of page 17. And basically, it talks about that we need to establish a timeline for the development and approval for the revised core curriculum. We cannot just say that, okay, the CP passes it, and the next day we'll go for it. And there has to be a time for us to work with the CP to figure out all the rules and regs, and for the universities and colleges to have some time to work with our faculty, because we said we need faculty input. So that's why there are 2 suggestions on it, Part A and Part B. And that is further explained on page 22, what the timeline is and so on. So the things that we're voting on will be on page 7 and 18, but the explanation of it, just like what Celia mentioned for the assessment, we vote on that, but the explanation is at the back.
Yeah, and this goes back to the timeline that I talked about earlier, about the fact that the board staff needs some time to figure out what the precise revisions to the rules are. Institutions are going to need even more time to figure out what their new core is going to look like, what courses go into it, and so on. And then, of course, students who come into this, well, actually, it's the students who are already in the institutions that it matters to them whether the new core or the old core applies. And Catherine and I had a little bit of discussion about this the other day, and I think that most colleges have rules that state that students can graduate from any catalog that they entered under, and subsequent to, and they can go back usually as 4, 5, 6 years, depends on the rule the institution has. But that covers those kinds of instances where a student who is now a senior, is now a sophomore, say, in a couple of years when this new core goes into effect, they could graduate essentially under the old one or the new one. So it allows for that phase-in time,
And
just as you allow for degree plans.
There is also a coordinating board rule in the transfer of credit section of our rules that says that institutions have to give transfer students the same consideration they give their own native students in terms of selecting the catalog requirements to graduate.
Did you say that again, Catherine?
That institutions have to treat transfer students the same as their native students, whatever your policy is for how your students designate the catalog under which requirements they graduate. You have to give transfer students the same
So basically what you're saying is if they start at a community college, they can take the catalog at the four-year institution at the time they started.
At that time, if they're at a community college working in good faith toward what they understand to be the requirements, and then they transfer to a university, and the university says, well, good news, bad news. Good news, you're here. Bad news, we've just changed all the requirements. So, yeah, you have to replan. That's not student-friendly.
I would enter this conversation about timeline living at the very end of 4 years of just doing this with my faculty. And on the positive side of that, the faculty have engaged very well. It's been a very positive process on our campus. And 2 of those years were around establishing learning objectives, which is a part of what this committee has done. But in light of the fact that we're talking about a significant change in the approach to curriculum and looking at these learning outcomes as the heart of the matter, there is a process by which the faculty will have to understand that, frame how that fits within their content areas, make that alignment, do the curricular changes that we need if we're going to live this out to be embedded in the actual courses themselves, then talk about within the institution how we are going to assess if the courses have actually done that and get it through our curriculum processes, which for us and probably for others includes a discussion at the department level, a discussion at the college level, a discussion at the university level, a vetting by a body of faculty to say did it meet the criteria. I would say that 1 year is going to be a very tight time frame to do that. And I love what's been done here. I think it is a huge step forward for taking students where they need to go in the change for the future. But I'm afraid 1 year shortchanges the significance of the change that we're asking in the curriculum, and I would hate for us to short-circuit what is really the meat of the change that we're asking.
Hear, hear. I agree completely.
What would you recommend?
I think it's going to take us 2 years. I think it's going to take a year for the faculty to understand what it means, to look at their curriculum, to embed that within the process of that, and then a year to make it through the curriculum committee, the assessment design, and the vetting and certification of classes. I think that will be a 2-year process.
I agree.
If we do it well.
Yeah, and I think even those faculty who are the most engaged, in fact, those faculty who are the most engaged are going to want to field test some ideas here. I would not want to see us have a 1-year timeline that has a tendency to make it stop at whatever progress can be made in 1 year. Yeah.
And I guess the thing that I have learned so much over all the work we've done on our campus in the last year is that as much as it is important that we understand what these frameworks are and what students ought to learn, as much as we've engaged with the national conversation on that, it happens in the classroom. And it is the buy-in of the faculty and their creative, enlightened, bashing that around in their heads and discussing that with each other that will actually bring this to life. And that's what I do not want us to short-circuit.
Okay. Mark and then Joyce.
And I agree, at least 2 years, but assuming that we take the whole 2 years to do our process and every other institution takes their whole 2 years to do their processes, what's that going to do to the CB staff? Are they going to be able to do that 6-week turnaround on all these institutions across the state?
Sure. Very good question, Mark.
Kevin said yes.
Not a problem.
We'll just dragoon the entire academic program staff. We'll train them thoroughly and turn them loose.
So when you look at the whole process, is it really the redesigning and the approval process? Is it closer to 3 years?
Well, I think part of the issue here is exactly what do we mean by institutional redevelopment of institutional core curricula.
Yes.
And I think that the original intent behind this particular sentence was how much time do you need to decide which courses, and this is kind of, it's sort of boiling it down to its crudest level, but which courses are you going to put into the new core? The assessment of the core is going to take a lot longer. I mean, let's face it, and so do we want to give a timeline that says you need to have your new core established by a certain period of time? And by I'm kind of inclined to agree that 1 year is not enough time to do that, by the way, and get some buy-in on it at the same time. Or do you want to give enough time that you've actually gone through a complete assessment cycle? And I actually think it's the former that we're talking about rather than the latter. Joyce?
My only question is, if there's a plan for getting all of this information to all the institutions and for consistency, I mean, we've been involved in this process and we're confused on a lot of things and some of the wording and everything. So we have to multiply that times each institution and all the faculty that need to be involved so that they all are hearing the same thing with the same explanation and the same, So I just wonder if there's a plan for that. This is a part of the committee's work that we couldn't really discuss until we had a sense of what was it that we were going to ask institutions to change. But I think there are a couple of things to consider. The amount of time that faculty would need or that institutions would need in order to be able to sufficiently create engaged faculty reflective discussion. And that's where we can suggest, would it take a year, but this is where we really now need to start talking about this. The other thing that we haven't talked about in this committee, but that we have on the list of other things that we need to talk about as a committee, and Rex and Agnes were discussing this earlier today, there is and has been a sense through much of our discussion that there are too many core curriculum courses out there, that there needs to be a way to simplify the choices for students, and that there will need to be some suggestion on a process for how that proceeds. And I think Kevin may have something to add to this discussion. But I know that when we've brought this to the executives here at the coordinating board, one of the things we hear over and over again is there are too many choices, students get confused, it complicates transfer. So one of the things that the committee may still need to do is consider recommending a process either at the coordinating board level or at the institutional level for determining criteria for selecting core curricula and possibly some limits or courses and possibly some limits on the actually number of courses. Kevin, do you want to say something about that?
I will, but I'm not sure we've answered Joyce's question yet. So I'll address Joyce's question first. I think...
well, she's asking, is there a plan? And I'll say, not yet, but we have to work on it. Okay, because I think that will be very important, because if we have 100 institutions, we're going to have 100 different interpretations, and we're not going to end up with, I think, what we really have envisioned.
Yeah,
and I think, we need to talk about this, but we haven't really felt we could sufficiently address it prior to having a sense of what the changes that would be recommended looked like.
I think part of what we'll do, Joyce, is once the staff have drafted rules related to the core curriculum, and during the public comment period, then we'll be building the resources needed to help institutions implement the rules once they're passed. And a lot of what the UEAC has already created will be the foundation for those resources, including the timeline that you guys are recommending for implementation of transitioning from one core to another, the expected timeline for submission to the coordinating board and all that kind of stuff. We will do that. We'll put all those resources together on a web page and be ready to send that out to all the institutions once the coordinating board acts and adopts the rules.
And if you would state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it. I didn't ask that of the previous, but...
Sure. Larry Abram from UT Austin. I'm actually jumping ahead, but I think it's in the spirit of the same thing that notice that we're talking about the establishing timeline on page 17, but on page 18 is the second part of that. And I just want to point out that I think that's not necessary and would be counterproductive. The intent of providing a transition period is perfect, and I think it happens all the time. We well understand how when you change rules, students can't have their things changed. But think about the timing of this. If it takes 2 years, and I think that's a good assessment, for developing a plan, submitting it to the coordinating board, and getting their stamp of approval. On our campus, it takes 10 more months from the time legislation is written before it can actually be implemented in the catalog, but the catalog only comes out every 2 years. So to say that there's a transition year where only incoming students is affected, I mean, there's no chance of that making any sense. You have to line up with when the next catalog revision comes, the time it takes for that. So I would simply suggest that that part of the timeline after the coordinating board has okayed what the institution has approved, that it just be implemented on the regular cycle of catalog changes, and we all know how those go, rather than trying to say a 1-year implementation period.
Yeah, and I think in a lot of ways that's what I was suggesting or trying to suggest when I talked about this could fall under the sort of normal rules that we use with catalog changes, and how that affects students and their ability to still graduate under what they came in under, more or less. And treat the core as a part of that, just as we would degree requirements and other things. Ted.
My point's a variation of Larry's. I think you're putting something in point B that you don't mean to put in. You're implying that they can choose between the core curriculums that they come in under. No, they choose the catalog with the revised version of the core curriculum, but you surely don't want a student coming in and trying to negotiate my major core curriculum versus this new core. But I think this is in line with what Larry's saying. I think you need to make sure this language is integrated with our catalog cycle and how we choose catalogs. Right?
That's exactly right.
Same point. But I don't have a revision for that. I think it has the last 3 lines are just way too complicated, and I think it's something simple needs to be there about this.
Okay, great. Juan.
Continue with the idea that there's a 2-year period instead. On page 22, where it says that statute requires institutions to designate on courses and so on, and this should be a faculty-centered process. A minimum of 1 academic year. Should it be set also in a maximum of 2 years as well there? So it gives the possibility for institutions that are not as large or complex to bring it in an earlier time and to offer a maximum of 2 years for those who require it. Is that a question?
I'm also trying to get everything, put together, that all the comments have been made so far, that yes, 2 years are probably a better time frame, obviously, than 1 year. And then Larry and Ted also mentioned, the catalog year and so on. Some institutions do the catalog every year, some do it every other year, every 2 years. Well, if that's the case, then part of Texas will start the new core, where part of Texas might be still using the old core. It might be better for us to maybe find an agreement that this will start in fall 2013 or fall 2014, whatever it might be, because otherwise you will have two cores going at the same time.
But you will anyway, because you'll have people under the old catalog with the old core, unless you force them under the old catalog in a new core. That's the problem with our 2-year cycle, too. You're going to have those students taking 6 years to get their undergraduate degree under the old core for a number of years anyway, right?
Right.
So you're always going to be running it like we offer our catalogs. I have students under 3 different catalogs. If you're taking 6 years.
Right, you have students under different catalogs, but the new core for the state of Texas.
What I'm warning you about is don't let students separate the core from the catalog, is what I'm saying. Because if they do, we're going to have all this negotiation going on.
Right, but what Agnes is suggesting is that Juan had suggested, I believe, that the language actually be changed from a minimum of 1 year to a minimum of 1 year to a maximum of 2 years. And that would then entail that some institutions may actually do this in a year. Other institutions would do it in 2 years. And so then Agnes's point, though, is that if you do that, then you're right. You not only have different catalogs, but at the same time you also have 2 cores. You have 2 new cores at different times.
It's a transfer
so that's
problem,
the issue, I think.
Unless you pick a year and you say all freshmen starting this year in the fall are going to do the new core curriculum. Because otherwise, if half the state publishes their new catalog in fall of 13, but the other half doesn't publish till fall of 14, then you've got half of the incoming freshmen around the state under one core curriculum and half under another core curriculum.
So that's
And we all know that for a 2-year catalog period, if there are changes, for example, if SBEC changes teacher certification regulations, you create an addendum to the catalog to say, as of this date, if the Board of Public Accountancy says we're going to change the requirements for the CPA test, you have to know, as of this date, due to circumstances under somebody else's control, this is how it is.
Celia.
So, given that, I think it might be appropriate to designate the fall in which it needs to begin. I think we need to give 2 full years for the faculty to understand, adopt, and incorporate these changes through their classes and the full curriculum process. I think it'd be good to designate a date, but we need to be aware that should some of the earlier dates, like the CV consideration, the rulemaking, and that sort of thing, push it backwards, that whole piece
It's got to be tied to whatever date.
So a certain amount of time after the formal adoption or something like that might be an appropriate wording. But I think it would be helpful if the whole state makes the transition in a particular semester.
Yeah.
It allows you to write it into your catalog ahead of time if you know that date. So.
Absolutely, yeah. So it would be something like a maximum of 2 years from, and now you'd have to build in the fall semester, though. So, I mean, this is really awkward, but something like a maximum of 2 fall terms after passage by the coordinating board. And that'd have to be cleaned up a lot.
But it might be that in the rulemaking, what happens is that the coordinating board does the math and says, okay, this will be in effective fall of 2013 in our most aggressive means, and potentially fall of 2014 if that doesn't happen. I also think would be optimal to have it occur in a fall semester, because we have a tendency to think academic years and catalogs sit that way.
Yeah, and that's why I said fall terms. And so, I mean, and what I'm thinking about is this committee's recommendation to the board staff would be something like a maximum of 2 fall terms after passage or whatever. But, yeah. And then they could set that date once that passage begins.
Maybe you should, first of all, talk to who's the slowest. I mean, you have a rate limiting step here in your equation. I mean, maybe that might be the 2 biggest, A&M and Austin, or Tech, or just the big schools that have a larger cycle they have to go through. That should determine it, not an artificially imposed 2 years, 1 year.
Yeah, whatever that is.
How quickly can they get it done?
Yeah. And I'm just using 2 years at this point because that's sort of what we're on right now, but it could be 3. I mean, that's a good point, though. Absolutely, yeah.
How we look at this, there's going to be some issues we're not going to get around with the dual credits affecting core curriculum. I mean, they're going to be starting well before 2 years. But we just have to deal with that as we come with them. I don't think you can anticipate everything.
Oh, no way. Yeah. Larry.
But just to clarify here, we started talking about a minimum of 1 year, and then you used the word maximum of 2, but we're really talking a minimum of 2, is what we've really been saying. We want to allow, so we want to establish a timeline for development and approval of revised core curriculum that allows a minimum of 2 full academic years for institutional redevelopment of the institutional core curriculum. Sure, if I'm ready to go there. That's it. And we don't really care how long it takes coordinating board, as long as they have built that into a timeline that makes sure that all institutions have a minimum of 2 years to develop.
Okay. Larry?
Let me just comment that you also need to set a maximum, or some people will take 20.
But my answer to the question is that
from the committee about how the coordinating board staff implements time frame after which the board adopts the rules. So if the board adopts the rules in July, 2 full years would be fall 2013 for implementation. But if we postpone it until October, which is likely, then it may not be until fall 2014.
But the coordinating board, they would set a date, and that date is the date for the state of Texas. That's the intent we're talking about.
Mark?
Have we set what has to be done yet? I mean, I'm still either I slept through it or I'm still kind of in the dark about what is being expected that has to be turned in.
Has to be turned into...
At what level are we asking to be turned into the co-board within this maybe minimum 2-year period or what was originally 1 year? What exactly is being asked to be given to the co-board?
That will be the list of classes that will be included in the core curriculum.
By component area.
At the outset, you would need to let us know what will your new revised core curriculum be, because then it's our responsibility to make sure that it's in compliance with whatever is voted and also in compliance with the statute.
Will we have to have, I think at the last meeting we were talking about the supporting evidence when we go to put that forward. Will we have to have that for each of these courses?
No, it isn't. We're not looking at assessment in this particular, before we, shoot the gun in the air and say, everybody go. We have to the staff has to evaluate all of y'all's changes to be sure, first of all, that they're consistent with the changes that the coordinating board votes in, whatever those are, and that the courses all meet whatever set of requirements.
So my presumption, following what we've done recently, is that the faculty would do that. They would submit courses to our review committee. Our course would have a certification process that validates that these particular objectives are being met in those courses. We meet that to our satisfaction. We send to the coordinating board a list of courses by component area and how they were certified, and then but we don't actually do an assessment process.
Right. Correct.
So.
Yeah. Right. That's my understanding.
Now, again, as Kevin said, we're not setting all these in details. We're just giving the idea that we need to establish a timeline and a plan. That's what this recommendation is. And on the recommendation, we did say, minimum of 1 academic year and all that, and we all agree that we need to have at least 2. So with that, do we need to have a formal vote on it, or we understand that that's what's going on, or change some of the wording so that we can at least start working on that 2-year plan?
The question is, do you want it to be a formal recommendation or not? And
or that we know it's a timeline that we don't need a recommendation?
I would think we ought to make a recommendation, but let me,
I just wanted
if you'll
to
state
add
your name before you
I'm sorry, Brenda Nichols from Lamar. I just wanted to follow up just 2 pieces. One was to see are you expecting that we would in fact send syllabi to back up that because there are now component areas, objectives, student learning pieces in each of these courses, and if we're going to put them together, one of the concerns I have is, let's say we decide to do it in Math 13, 14, and you guys decide to do it in calculus, but we decide calculus is not where we want it to be, and then I'm worried about transferability, and so I guess I'm concerned about how we're going to look at these objective pieces in those.
Brenda, every course that would be approved as a core course in a particular component area would be required to include the objectives for that, every single course. That's different from what we have now.
Right. But I thought earlier in this discussion today, somebody mentioned not having it necessarily in every single political science course or something.
No, they were talking about would you need to assess every single course and have data and evidence from every single course that would be submitted in the report to the coordinating board, and they said just like SACS, if SACS comes and says show us what you've got for every single course, you have it on file, but you could provide summaries or samples in your report.
And then as somebody who provides a lot of dual credit just in our own region and have done some now with TXVSN, I would strongly encourage that we pick a date to start and not try to make it a rolling deadline.
Right.
That will make it impossible for transferability and for us getting students in. And you are going to have the issue of AP, but the issue of dual credit, you need to figure out when you're going to start it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Larry.
Okay, I think it's important, or the important thing that we have here to establish in the context of recommendations is what Celia started the discussion with, of that a 2-year time frame for an institution to go through this process is going to be very important to us. And so I want to make a motion of wording for recommendation 6.
Yes.
Recommendation 6 would read, the coordinating board establish a timeline and effective date for development and approval of the revised core curriculum that allows a minimum of 2 full academic years for institutional redevelopment of the institutional core curriculum, specifying a faculty-centered process as the means for any redevelopment. So that's partly what's in bold and part of the first sentence. You want that?
So did you just make a motion?
I made a motion that
I'll
that's the
second that.
recommendation 6. Good job.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second.
Thank you.
Read it again.
Hang on, let me get in here. I will, yes.
Any further discussion while we're...
I'd like to ask a question on that. It says 2 years. Are we going back to what Rex was talking about, 2 years after the first fall?
What I'm trying to say in here is that regardless of whatever the timing that the coordinating board, whatever timing leads us to an effective date, that date have allowed 2 full academic years prior to the effective date.
At least.
And you say minimum of?
A minimum.
Yeah.
Got you. So if we're already in an academic year, we still have the rest of that year plus 2 full
Plus 2
academic
more.
years. Gotcha.
Right.
Yes.
Right, because I believe we need 2 full academic cycles to really integrate this.
I like that.
So, Larry, I'd just like to go back, though, to say that the effective date is when students are taking those classes. Well, again, on our campus, we turn in our final catalog copy 10 months before that effective date. It goes in November for the catalog that begins the following September. So I would like to see the 2 years be tied up in the decision-making process by the faculty. And then there's additional time after the 2 years for review by the coordinating board and implementation so that it comes out in the catalog. Because if it's 2 years to the effective date, then I've lost a whole year of decision-making by the faculty.
Right. But my point is to actually get to where you're trying to say, that the effective date allow, and the second is, have we caught it anywhere on the screen? I gave my thing, but
Yes.
It's a minimum of 2 full academic years for institutional redevelopment and such.
Then the timeline would allow time for coordinating board review and implementation.
Right. So after those full 2 academic years, then comes a coordinating board review after 2 full years.
Yeah, so we're not actually defining institutional redevelopment of the institutional core curricula here as the time at which it takes effect for students. We're defining it as the time when the institution has figured out what its core curricula is going to be that would then be applied to students in the next catalog. In effect, is how it's going to work out. So, right. Okay.
And I know that feels like a long window, but it's absolutely essential that the faculty be engaged in this process.
Yes. And actually, there's language in the explanatory material on 22 that really focuses, that says, because the process needs to be a reflective, deliberative, and faculty-centered process.
Yep.
And I think there's no argument about that.
And I hope this is going to be a process that gives us a product that lasts for many, many, many years, like the 21st century.
Amen, brother.
Okay, so Lucy is typing Larry's suggestion on the PowerPoint right now for us to all look at. So there is a motion and a second.
No, Larry, just for clarification for the committee, we have a motion and a second where you have actually reworded
The whole recommendation, delete parts A and B, but only include that part there.
Recommendation 6, establish a timeline and effective date for development and approval of the revised core curriculum that allows a minimum of 2 full academic years for institutional redevelopment of the institutional core curricula, I guess, or institutional core curricula, specifying faculty-centered processes as a means for redevelopment, or for industry development. I have a little bit of wordsmithing to do.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, it's lunchtime.
Lunch is ready, so let's take a break for lunch and we reconvene later.
We need to say when we will reconvene. Can we
what time?
reconvene? Yeah,
1 o'clock. Thank you. Reconvene at 1.
that's for the...
Call the meeting back to order.
Yeah, it does. Sand.
That's great.
Okay, well, first for the afternoon, we have 3 things that we need to accomplish. One thing is talking about the Lumina Foundation grant to develop student learning objectives for the course-selected lower division courses, and one has to do with U.S. Government and Political Science course, and James Goldman is going to come in a minute to discuss that with us. And the second item is that Lucy will give us an update on the development of a procedure for the review of existing degree programs, things that we have worked on as a committee, and she's going to give us an update on that. And the third item is talking about what we're talking the whole morning, and there are some items that, although we have approved things, there are a few items here that are still outstanding that we need to look at. So what we would like to do is to maybe give you those items that we have listed so far, and then we'll go into the 2 agenda items and come back towards the very end so we can have some more time to look at those 6 items and how might we want to divide ourselves up for some homework and interim assignments before we meet again next time, and then we look at some meeting times and all that too at that time. So these 6 items that we have listed while we were going through the discussion this morning are as follows. Some of those are also items that we had discussed before. So the first item is about unique need courses, and whether unique need courses should or should not be part of the core, and we would like it to not be part of the core because of the transferability. So that's one item, and we probably just need to say, discuss yes or no and make a recommendation about that. The second item is the maximum number of hours in the core. Now, the maximum is 42, but if it's approved by the coordinating board, it can go up to 48. Should we, as a committee, recommend that it's 42 and be done with it? Or should we let some to have the possibility to go up to 48? So that's the second item that we may want to look into. The third item is the exceptions for certain associate degrees for not completing the core. Those are like the regs, the field of studies, or you might want to expand that a little bit.
There are 2 parts to that, and one are those degrees that have specified fields of study. Music is probably the best example of this, where you can finish the field of study for music and get an Associate of Arts degree, for example, at the lower level, but you are not core complete. Because music is one of those that spreads itself out over the full 4 years and so on. And so the one issue is the exceptions to being core complete for a degree for fields of study, and then now we also have the voluntary compacts, of which I guess the first is the mechanical engineering voluntary compact, which functions much the same way the field of study does, but it is voluntary on the part of institutions to join and to recognize that compact. But it can have the same, some of those voluntary compacts could have the same impact, and that is that you finish the compact, and so you finish all of the requirements for it, for an associate's degree, for example, but you're not core complete, but you can still carry it to a four-year institution, become core complete, and graduate with a bachelor's degree or whatever.
I think the guiding principle on that is since the core curriculum that we have now was enacted, we've had legislation about excess hours. We've had legislation limiting students, the number of credit hours in a bachelor's degree. And while for this core curriculum, the advisory committee felt that completion of the core was really essential, we've since, I think, been sensitized to the concerns of those degree plans that have pretty complex prerequisite tree, particularly through the lower division. So originally, I think the rules were written in order to, if you have to make a choice, favor completion of the core. I think maybe now we're seeing through the field of study curricula and also through the voluntary transfer compact process that that might not be the wisest choice for students in terms of completing their degree in a timely manner.
Okay, and again, we'll discuss that later in the afternoon. And as usual, Lucy is very efficient, and she typed up all these 6 things already on the screen, so you can take a look at it too. The next item is the guidelines as to the number of courses an institution may permit per component area. So it goes into a little bit of what we discussed earlier today, is what, how many can be included, and which links to the next point is how should courses be selected and approved as part of the core. And how much does, if we say that this core course has to have 3 objectives or 4 objectives, how much of each objective needs to be included? And one thing that we talked about earlier is the value rubric from the LEAP initiative. And if you have a chance to look into it, and I've also asked Lucy to see if she can download that and send it to us too, for those who might not have a chance to look into it as yet. They are very comprehensive. They have even different levels of completion. So if you're looking at a capstone course, of course, they require a lot more. But if it is just a entry-level course, they have some very, very good guidelines that we may want to look into. And the last item is to establish some guidelines. If you have students that they know at the very onset that they want to go into more of a STEM area, get a BS degree, or if they want to go into a BA degree or a BBA degree, should there be some general tracks instead of just one big track that we are looking at, the 42 hours or 40 hours and so on. But I also want to, since Kevin is here, I would like him to also maybe let us know some of the additional information that you might want to add.
Sure. And I'm not sure how many of you from four-year institutions really know what a unique need course is, so it might be this might be a good opportunity to explain what that is. Two-year institutions have the option of offering academic transfer courses outside of the ACGM with specific approval. Those are called unique need courses, and typically a unique need course is one that articulates into at least one baccalaureate program, and there's a special arrangement that the two-year institution has made with a four-year institution to make that happen. But its applicability and transferability is not broad, as in the case of the ACGM courses that have been approved. And currently in the rules related to the core curriculum, unique need courses are allowed to be a part of the core curriculum and satisfy the core curriculum. So we wanted to ask about you guys, your opinion about maintaining that or eliminating that.
Can you give some specific courses?
Specific courses. What was the latest ones that we've seen, James? Do you mind coming up?
Statway.
Pardon?
That Statway course is what I'm talking about.
Hi, how y'all doing? Unique need courses, the applications that we've recently received, they're for things like there was a business course that was supposed to be taking place in New York City, where the students went and studied some of the business practices there on Wall Street and interviewed, people on Wall Street. That's one example. Another example is recently I received an application from an institution that has a well, physical
James,
training.
that one wasn't approved, was it?
No, it wasn't, but I'm just giving examples of some of the kinds of courses we get. We had a physical training course that was basically sort of an internship. There were two one-hour versions, a freshman version and a sophomore version. This course actually spoke to state requirements in physical for a physical trainer, where they have to have something, I can't remember exactly, 1,500 hours or 1,000 hours of actual hands-on experience, taping and bandaging injuries and working with athletes and so forth. So those are some of the examples of the kinds of courses that we get. Sometimes you can see, though, that most often what they're intended to do is to satisfy a very particular kind of degree requirement at a four-year institution. Something that isn't particularly common but is necessary, or at least certainly very necessary for the students that are going through the pipeline. It's a little more hard to imagine that being applicable, in my personal opinion, to the core curriculum. Why? Well, by its very nature, right? Core curriculum is supposed to be about general education. So that should be a course that anyone could take and could apply to that component area. So we have courses satisfying every single component area in the ACGM. Why would you need to put a unique need course in there? There are already very general applicable courses available.
James, I think also one thing about unique need courses is when a unique need course request comes to us, it's incumbent upon the college to indicate which institution will accept that course in transfer. So unique need courses are not assumed to be transferable statewide, and unless there is an agreement where a university has agreed to take the course, it's not the same obligation for that course to be accepted in transfer statewide. So to put a unique need course into the core curriculum automatically elevates that course to statewide transferability, which is not the original intention of a unique need course. A unique need course is one that one single institution would meet to fulfill a particular need with a transfer partner.
James, regarding to that application for the Statway, I have two questions for you. So, does the unique course eventually can be paid into the ACGM?
Yes, we have criteria for that, and they're mostly about the use of the course and the transferability of the course. It's sort of a track record. As the course has functioned as a unique need course, what's its performance been? Have you had plenty of students moving through it, and has their experience been beneficial for the course, and questions like that.
Also, sometimes we find out that a number of colleges are offering the same or a very similar course through unique need. A recent example would be an Introduction to Biotechnology course that had been approved as a unique need course at something like 8 different colleges, and when we finally looked at that and added it all together, there were enough colleges offering it, and there was enough transfer agreement that it was clearly becoming more commonly offered and more commonly accepted. So in that case, there was an application to add it to the ACGM, and that happened. And it received a common course number, and now it can be taught, and transferred anywhere.
Is there a timetable for the application of unique needs and when it may move to the ACGM? Can the unique course be there for quite a long time?
Yes. There are time limits on unique need courses, but they are endlessly renewable. As long as you can show that they're fulfilling a transfer function, there's no limit on the number of times that you can reapply. Courses are good for 3 years. Every time you renew them, it's good for another 3 years.
So if there is in the case of the Statway that we're working to establish, if our partner institutions like the University of Houston, for example, those courses can only be transferred to University of Houston, will not be transferable to UT Austin, for example. Is that?
No, that's not quite the way it works. Basically, a 1 or 2 or a small number of universities have certified that they'll accept and use the course in transfer, usually for a particular subset of degree programs. Any other university, any other public or private university, would be free to accept and apply the course as well. but it wouldn't be mandated. Do you see the difference? ACGM courses, universities are obligated to accept those and transfer because the board guarantees their transferability. When it comes to unique need, what we're telling the college is, we'll approve you to offer this course, but you need to make your students aware that, as far as we know, this course is only transferable to this limited set of institutions.
Thank you.
But the conversation here is about whether or not a course should apply to the core curriculum. Is that correct?
Yes. That's a unique need course.
And again, we'll do the discussion and all those later on. We just want to bring out the 6 items that are still hanging out there that we need to further discuss. And Kevin still has something to add.
And I just wanted to say that although the first example was one that wasn't approved, we don't mean to suggest that unique need is a bad thing at all. It's not. Actually, it functions very well for partnerships between 2- and 4-year institutions. And there's a unique need course inventory on our website, too. And just to give you some examples of ones that have been around for a while, at certain institutions, topics in anthropology, American English phonetics, a variety of other courses, science in the modern world, that a community college has worked with a 4-year institution to ensure that those credits will apply to at least a degree, 1-degree program at that institution. Our question is, should unique need courses be applicable in the core curriculum, given the function of the core curriculum?
So you're not threatening the existence of them?
Not
just
at
the
all.
classification?
Not at all.
Just
Just if they should be allowed in the core curriculum or not.
One thing I guess I would add, or at least highlight, is you can see from the discussion here, the board guarantees transferability of ACGM courses. The board does not guarantee the transferability of the unique need courses, again, except with respect to that small subset of universities that said they'll take it voluntarily. If we continue to allow the use of unique need courses in the core curriculum, effectively what we're doing is we're forcing universities to universally accept that course, because according to state law, you can't turn down the transfer of core curriculum course. So that's something that I'm personally not very comfortable with. It's one thing for the faculty and administrators at a university to say on their own, we've evaluated this course, we feel that it meets the needs of our degree program. It's quite another to basically be told, well, you're going to have to accept this course, no matter how you might feel about it, because it's been put in the core curriculum and you don't have any choice.
And without going through the process for approval into the ACGM, where there's a pretty careful vetting of alignment and applicability.
Another clarification, are we discussing this to make a recommendation that will be part of the other recommendations?
Well, it could be. I mean, these are issues that have arisen either in the course of discussion in this committee or issues that have been brought to this committee by the coordinating board staff for our consideration. And whether we make a recommendation or not is up to us, and then what the nature of that recommendation is up to us.
And given that the core curriculum rules will be opened up very soon, we'll have to address these issues and make decisions.
Are we discussing this or not discussing this right now? Because
we're not.
But again, we're just going to bring it up, and Kevin has certain things that he might want to expand on and so on, to give us a bit more background information so that when we do our homework during the 2 meetings. So thank you for clarifying that.
And I apologize, I wasn't clear. I need to leave soon. And I asked if we could just bring these things up now and give you some time to think about them and then discuss them when I'm not around. I'm sick.
It's a dangerous proposition given the retention span of this age group.
Kevin, do you want to add anything else on the later parts as far as LEAP or value rubrics or anything?
The maximum number of hours in the core. I think, this is something that has been discussed in this committee before, given the constraints on the system now, the fact that baccalaureate programs are limited to 120 hours with some exceptions. I think the committee should think about what that means in terms of the number of semester credit hours in the core. The third item, exceptions for certain associate degrees. There are provisions in the rules right now that allow for exceptions. If there are any others that need to be considered, we ask that you discuss them, and if you think it's appropriate, make recommendations to the staff on those. And just to, mimic what Rex said a little while ago, when developing the Mechanical Engineering Transfer Compact, it was very clear. We looked at every mechanical engineering program, baccalaureate program in the state, and found that the core is not relegated to the first 2 years. And this is true of most, if not all, STEM baccalaureate programs. So it's artificial, to say the least, to require a student to complete the core in 2 years at a 2-year school if, in fact, they're going to transfer into a baccalaureate program in one of those fields. It really disadvantages them. Sure, go ahead, Mark. I'm sorry.
On 1 and 3, it almost seems like you'd have to know what the recommendation is going to be on 1 before you can really attack 3, because it could have a substantial impact on whether or not you can get a core completion in a degree plan if you're not adding or allowing unique courses in the core. Isn't that?
To me, the third one really has to do with the applicability of the associate's degree to a baccalaureate program more broadly, and how the core is spread out over 4 years in the baccalaureate program.
Okay.
Unique need is unique. I'm not sure I see that.
I was looking at it from a 2-year perspective. When we have people coming out with a core, they get a core certificate coming out of our area. If unique need courses weren't in there and there wasn't room in a degree program, associate degree program, it seems like it would have an impact. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right, actually.
Okay.
Good point.
One thing about unique need courses is that frequently they have a specific content that's been requested by a partner university. They're really specific in the applicability to a particular degree plan at the partner institution. And I know that SACS has recently been much more specific about the fact that general education, which is core curriculum, is not supposed to include courses that have a very specific discipline special orientation. So that's another thing that I think everybody would need to think about. It's difficult to think about community college lower division courses, which we know are often considered to be sort of introductory in nature, but yet we know these unique need courses sometimes meet very specific content requirements. And so I think we'd also need to look at what SACS has to say about the nature of coursework within general education.
The next one, guidelines as to regarding the number of courses an institution may have available to satisfy a given component area. I think McGregor has expressed his concern and the Commissioner's concern that there may be too many options for students, particularly at the lower division, and we want you guys to talk about the possibility of setting a limit to the number of courses that could be used at an institution to satisfy each of the component areas. Next one, how should courses be selected and approved as part of the core? This has been alluded to a couple of times earlier this morning. What are the selection criteria? I think, Ted, you even suggested that we might not have what the committee has recommended so far may not be sufficient in terms of guidelines to the institutions and to the faculty in knowing what kind of course satisfies the criteria. I think the broad disciplinary categories and definitions for the component areas clearly helps to delimit the number of courses. The core objectives that have been identified for each component area will also help, but are there other selection criteria and guidelines to the institutions that we need to develop with your help that will enable them to make good decisions that are consistent across the state from institution to institution? And then the last one, Catherine, did you want to talk about that, which is David Gardner's?
Oh, yeah, there's, for the last year plus in internal staff discussions, especially with our executives, David Gardner, Mac Raymond, there's been a thought and especially David Gardner is very eloquent about this, he's passionate about it, that academic advisors and faculty advisors need some help in helping steer students who have these degree plans that are pretty demanding in terms of prerequisites. There are a lot of courses required for the major, in how to optimize the core curriculum when they're looking at their requirements. For an easy example is if a student wants to major in engineering, they need to be told that they need to come in ready for calculus. Otherwise, their college algebra course will fulfill their core curriculum requirement, and they're automatically going to be a semester behind. And we've had so many transfer complaints about students who have finished an associate in science degree, and they're transferring to a university, and they think they're going to be able to take junior year courses, and they find out they've only had one semester of calculus in their AS. And they've got 2 semesters of calculus and possibly differential equations to get through before they can start their junior courses. They've maybe finished their core curriculum. They're going to have to take a lot of unnecessary lower division courses. So David would really like to see not required, but sample or recommended core plans that would indicate which courses or sets of courses would be most appropriate for someone going into health-related professions, or a social and behavioral sciences. They might want to think about intro to statistics as their math course rather than college algebra, because it's going to be much more useful in the sorts of applications they'll be seeing in their courses. David has said STEM, social and behavioral, general humanities, maybe business, just as examples, but he's always been very careful to say if these were developed, they would be developed as recommended and not required, that there would be no official requirement. I've also heard him suggest that if there were recommended tracks, then if a student wanted to deviate from that, they would need to get permission from their academic advisor in order to not, if they're going to make a decision, if they want to major in psychology and they should take intro to psych, but instead they want to take anthropology, that somebody ought to work with them to help them understand what the potential consequence of that decision would be. Am I representing correctly what you've heard?
Yeah, absolutely. And let me just add, for the mechanical engineering transfer compact and the upcoming compacts that we're developing, they're very discipline specific, obviously, and there's the specific courses at the lower division are identified, and it lays out the plan pretty clearly. I guess the question we have for you is there any value in developing broader, recommended, or sort of sample guides for students in broad disciplinary categories, such as STEM, business, humanities, or what have you? If there's any value to that, should we work on that?
And this is really coming from a concern about efficiency, both cost efficiency and time to degree concerns. As long as we've had closing the gaps as our higher ed plan, we've understood that if we want to bring the high number of students, additional students, into the higher ed pipeline that we've set as our goals and our targets, we have to be moving students through very efficiently, because there are only so many seats at each college and each university, and there's only so much expansion that we can sustain with limited resources. So in terms of both economic and a very student-focused efficiency, I think this is where some of these concerns are coming from that we're representing to you.
So are we going to, assign folks to each number?
Yes.
Yes. Because it's been real hard to sit here and not respond. We're ready to talk.
And I apologize. I just wanted to, let you know our thinking before I left.
Yeah.
And what we have in mind is that these might be interim assignments for smaller groups to bring back, because we don't want you to think that once you've got a nice chart in front of you that you can recommend that you're done. Because now we get to the really tricky ones.
I don't have an opinion on the sixth one, but I think the career clusters concept that K-12 has really embraced could give us a roadmap for how to establish the guidelines for the general area tracks that you're talking about.
Great.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Kevin, I hope you get feeling better.
Thank you for joining us.
So, thank you.
While you're still, recovering. Vertical rather
Appreciate
than
it.
horizontal.
Let's move on to agenda item number 4, which is an update on the Lumina Foundation grant to develop student learning objectives for selected lower division courses. And James, I believe you're going to take that one.
Yes, I will. Do we have the
I do.
PowerPoint loaded up?
Yes.
All right.
Now, if you come on.
Sorry, I'm trying to be all technical. I'm failing miserably.
Yeah, take care of it.
All right. So, the Academic Affairs and Research Division has a grant, a nice little chunk of money that we have and we're going to use to develop some learning objectives for the ACGM. The idea for these, as it says there, is to develop a consensus about what some of those basic introductory courses that sort of serve as gateways to either disciplines or often commonly used in the core curriculum, to establish a baseline of what those courses are, what should be in them, and what their outcomes should be. Why?
We've been talking about objectives as the core curriculum objectives, but these objectives are actually what we've been referring to as learning outcomes.
Student learning outcomes.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
We're moving away from the core curriculum.
Rather than
Just wanted to make sure.
as opposed to a discipline area type broad objective, these are very specific course objectives.
Course level outcomes.
Course level outcomes, exactly.
And you know that this process got started with the student learning outcomes that were adopted during the mechanical engineering transfer compact process.
But there is a difference between a course objective and a student learning outcome, however. And so,
Sure.
and so just as a little quick editorial, I'm very much in favor of more guidance in terms of course objectives. I'm not so much crazy about the ACGM developing specific student learning outcomes for courses.
So to speak broadly about the purpose, there are several statewide objectives that we're hoping to achieve here. The most essential is to improve the situation for students. We want to be sure that when students complete a course, introductory freshman level course, an important course, that's sort of the gateway to the rest of their college career, that if at that time or a little bit later they transfer to another public institution and they take the next course in whatever sequence they're in, that they are well prepared. They are prepared for that course. They move through it with little to no difficulty because they've had all the knowledge and experiences necessary to prepare them for that course. Another way, I think, in which this project in the long term could be useful is to deal with some ongoing concerns, some ongoing complaints, not always directly voiced, or sometimes indirectly voiced or vaguely muttered about, that this course, Course X, is really good at our institution. Not so good at, but they never point the finger and say who specifically, but some vague institution out there has courses that aren't as good as our course X, whatever that course is. Now, frequently, if it is spoken in more specific terms, it is, I'm sad to say, ascribed to the 2-year sector. Someone from the 4-year sector will say, well, you know, when we get courses this kind, students are not prepared. And of course, the 2-year sector fires back and says, well, and then we get sort of a hashing out of some 2- and 4-year turf war, but the poor student is still left saying, well, what about me? How am I going to get prepared for this course? Am I prepared for this course or not? So one of the things that we could do as a state is we could agree, at least for some very commonly used primary courses, essential to moving on through the core curriculum or moving through various degree plans, if we could agree about what those courses should consist of, and if we could agree that by the time the course is done, the student should be able to do X, Y, and Z, and know all these terms and be able to work this formula, whatever it is. If we could agree upon that, then there would be much less room for institutions of whatever sector to squabble amongst each other about are the students prepared or are they not. This is an issue for the legislators. We're now getting calls to track students as they move, say, from the 2-year to the 4-year sectors. They move through degree programs. How are they doing? Where are they having problems? Where do the transfer problems occur? Why do students, why is student retention so bad in this particular discipline area or that particular discipline area? If we don't agree on what should be in the course, it's very difficult. It's probably impossible, or nearly impossible, for us to resolve those kinds of problems. But if we have a clear outline of what's supposed to be taught in that course, then we can go back, we can look at syllabi, we can try and ascertain if topics that are supposed to be covered are actually covered. There's a lot that we can start to do to ensure rigor, equality, and transferability. So, that's the big picture here, is not just that we think this is a good idea, we do, but also that this could be used to address some of the problems in our transfer system. Problems, whether real or perceived, sometimes we don't even fully know if they're real or perceived because we don't have a way to get at the meat of the question. This could provide that. Please, next slide. As Catherine said, our model for this was the Mechanical Engineering Transfer Compact. That compact went through not just courses in engineering, but as you can see, it went through the calculus sequence, it went through some engineering courses, it's got chemistry, it's got physics, and in each of these cases, each of these disciplines, we went through a similar process, the same kind of process we'll be proposing here. Next slide, please. Okay. Here's a specific example. General chemistry, Chem 1311. We've got an updated course description. We've got a list of co- and prerequisites, and there you go, in a numbered sequence, there are the desired objectives. That lists what a student should be able to know and to do by the time they're done with that course, which then would, if we threw up the one for Chem 2, and if I were better at chemistry, I could explain to you in detail exactly how the objectives for 1 dovetail into the objectives for 2. That's what our faculty did, the faculty groups. Next slide, please. The ACGM has been up to now a manual that served a few purposes, several purposes. One is that it's a common course manual for our community and technical colleges. It tells them, here are the courses that you can teach. We, the coordinating board, we're going to guarantee that those courses will transfer to any other public institution in the state. And we also further guarantee that you will get funded for it. So in a sense, the ACGM is also a funding manual because it lets the colleges know what they can teach and get formula funding reimbursement for. Up to now, that ACGM has used the Common Course Numbering System, and it's got course descriptions. If you've ever taken a look at the ACGM, you'll see that those course descriptions vary widely in the amount of detail that they have. And to be honest, with the exception of the courses that we've recently reworked, none of them have very much detail. At best, it's a 2 or 3 sentence long list of topics. Course will cover X, Y, Z. There you go. So that leaves a very great deal of latitude to interpret how the course ought to be taught and what ought to be in it. What we're proposing to do is to take this a step further, to update the course descriptions and give them a little more meat, but most particularly to provide that list of the learning objectives that would really give a very clear sense of what has to be in this course in order for it to serve its function as a vehicle for student transfer and for student progression to the degree. Next slide, please. The process for developing these learning objectives.
Can I interject a question here?
Yes, certainly.
On some of these courses, are we looking back at what the high schools are doing too?
Yes.
So that we're making sure everything fits there?
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a little bit, but the starting point for the discussion of our faculty groups will be the college and career readiness standards that were recently developed. Okay. Because, it's very pertinent. We're talking about freshman level introductory courses, so the faculty need to consider, well, what baseline will these students start at so that they know where they can reasonably expect them to end up.
You had your chart of engineering. Mm-hmm. At UTD, we've just inaugurated a totally new grouping of calculus classes because of how ill-prepared so many of the kids are. So we effectively have 3 different sequencing of calculus courses, depending on the depending on the student. 3-semester sequence, 2-semester sequence, 2-semester applied sequence. My worry is this so infinitely complex? I completely agree with what you're doing, but it's easier for us if you iterate and articulate with your local community college. You can at least manage that.
Right.
But to try to extend it across the entire state, if we're engaged in a math initiative, and what we're trying to do is get rid of DFWs in our course, in our calculus, which is one of our fundamental SACS objectives right now. But by establishing something like this, will you make it so strict that people won't be able to take initiative to try to address specific problems that we have in our curriculum? I'm thinking calculus is the most important class that's maybe offered at an engineering school.
Well, I would hope that the broadening and strengthening of state standards in courses would not make people feel that we're precluding institutions from working on a local level.
The transferability issue.
Oh, okay. Well,
we suddenly become more concerned about our concern is the failure rate in intro calculus. It's not the transferability across different courses.
Right. Well, we're trying to tackle
Community college, though, it doesn't.
Yeah. We're trying to tackle this all across the board, all across the state. In other words, you working with your local community colleges can come up with solutions that are appropriate, but they're only going to work on the local level. What about the students that come to you from all the way across the state?
Right, but I'm now saying we're now dealing with whatever the percentage rate of failure in calculus is. The problems with the number of transfer students is such a smaller problem. Like you're trying to solve the smaller problem when we have a massive problem in front of us and trying to be creative. I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying the calculus thing is not that simple with our engineering. And that's not counting the preparatory calculus courses that some people have to take, which it appears the link between preparatory calculus and success in calculus, what we've found through some of our studies is there's almost no relationship between the success.
Well, what we're hoping is that by delineating carefully and consistently what needs to be in the calculus sequence, that we will reduce the failure rate, that we'll have very clear expectations that are the same from one to another. Because again, if a student starts at one place, stays there, and then maybe transfers to your institution, fine. But again, what about all the students that swirl from one community college to another before they ever end up at a university? And so they take the first course in the sequence at Blinn, and then take the second course in the sequence at Navarro, and they take the third course in the sequence at Houston. There's a lot that can get lost in the cracks there unless Houston and Blinn and Navarro all agree on exactly what's in each course of the calculus sequence.
But that's not just a community college issue. You have students that are starting at universities and transferring to other universities, or starting at university and transferring to community college, or taking their core at 5 different institutions, some universities, some community colleges. I don't think that's just a two-year school issue.
You're talking about core, though. We're talking about fields.
Right.
The big difference is you switch away from the core to extending the logic into the fields of study.
Yeah. I would agree with. Yeah, I'd agree with you, Russell. It's not just a community college problem. What we're doing is we're starting to work in the areas we're able to work, right? Because we have this ACGM, we have a lot more control over the offerings at the community colleges. We don't have that level of control over the course offerings at the universities. So we're starting where we can start.
One of the things when this project first came into being, and in fact this helped us get some funding for it, was the concerns that have been voiced recently about dual credit courses and the content in dual credit courses. So while I want to applaud UT Dallas for their initiatives for their own students and offering calculus in a way that they can reduce their DFW rate, I think this is maybe an analogous and parallel initiative at the community colleges, and that would also affect those students who are enrolling in dual credit courses, because this gives those people teaching dual credit courses something to hang their curricular hats on also. So it's not as much a prima facie university issue, since these learning objectives, universities would be completely welcome to adopt them, But the ACGM is an approved master course list for community colleges, and community colleges at this point are delivering most of the dual credits. So I think those are the two arenas. James is saying we're trying to make some progress in the areas where we actually can help. And I think it's really important to keep in mind what the scope of this project is.
So you're saying the scope is basically dual credit and freshman introductory courses.
Right. Courses that are commonly used in those two areas. They're freshman level introductory courses. They're commonly used for dual credit. And what we also found is many of these courses are also commonly used in the core curriculum.
I guess, go ahead. One of the things, this again is one of those places where there are competing interests, good faith, equally valid competing interests. So a single solution will help this interest and may hurt this interest. And that's I think that's some of the tension in the room is that while this will address certain specific things, it will also impede certain specific things. Both of those have value. And I think that's where we're facing some of this, because the presumption that curriculum is all about the content of a specific one delineated right way to get to the end of the area is perhaps overly confining. That there are, I know when I sit down to design a course, there are probably 3 different ways that I think, we could go this route and get students there, we could go this route and get students there, or we could go this route. What's the best way to do it? This would dictate a single best route. And I think that's a piece of the tension, at least I'm feeling in this.
Well, I think I would respectfully disagree. We're not telling you which textbook you have to adopt. We're not telling you how to develop your classroom materials or your lectures. We are prescribing endpoints. By the time the course is done, students will get that list of 12 things or 10 things. But we're not telling you how to get there. We're not telling faculty how to design the course, but we will be prescribing what the outcomes of the course has to be. That is different in the level of specificity from the way things were before, but not in kind. We've always told the colleges through the ACGM course descriptions what has to be in the course. It's just now we're getting more specific about it.
I want to give an anecdotal situation. When I started my career teaching biology, I was assigned a majors biology course, Biology 1406, 1407, which I inherited from a faculty member who thoroughly preceded the ACGM or anything else. And I took over the course, teaching it with him as my mentor and teaching it in the way he was. And we were completely within the requirements of ACGM in terms of what it listed in the course description. And then I started noticing my students who took one semester with me and then transferred somewhere else, and realizing that it was that if a student took the first semester with me, the second semester at almost anywhere else in the state of Texas, they completed a year of biology for biology majors without ever having mentioned photosynthesis. Or if they only took my course in the spring, they managed to get through all of those biology without ever hearing anything about DNA or genetics. And so what I did, this is part of this, I started looking through course descriptions at all of the universities. We were teaching out of the same textbook. I was using the exact same textbook that was being used at both A&M and UT. We were teaching in the course of 2 semesters all of the same content, but we were teaching it in a different order. And I sat down and looked through course descriptions for those schools and said, you know what, as much as I like the way and the logic in which we set up our course, some of my students are only getting half of biology twice and none of the other half, because that was the thing. Those who didn't get photosynthesis got genetics twice and vice versa. So I applaud this effort. I mean, I saw it in real life here and realized it didn't affect me either way. I liked my old system better. It was more fun to teach it that way. And it was actually easier on the students because the new approach loads all the hardest stuff into one semester. and then as a second semester, I should say the conceptual students do better in one semester and the memorizers do better in the other semester in the way it now functions. The other way, the reason me and my mentor had done it, we mixed up the hard concepts with the memorization, and that's why we want to do it that way. But so I'm applauding this just because I've seen in real life that you can completely.
If I can make a suggestion, I think James is trying to provide some background information to get to where he would like to go to that point about the U.S. government and political science courses. So maybe James should finish up his presentation and then we can ask more direct questions and so on.
Okay, so to move through the procedure here, we're gonna have vertical team meetings. So I am now, even today, drafting a memo that I'm gonna get approved, and then we'll send it out to all the universities, public universities, community and technical colleges, asking you all to nominate faculty to discipline groups. The process will work very similar to the way it did in the Mechanical Engineering Compact, or if you remember back to the old Field of Study curriculum committees, where we'd call together 2- and 4-year faculty, equal numbers of each. They teach in that discipline, and preferably they teach those specific courses. And we'll call them together, we'll ask them to review syllabi from universities and colleges from all over the state, and then we'll ask them, if they can, to come to a consensus about what's the minimum here. What has to be in this course for a student to be successful as they move through the rest of the sequence. We will then draft those learning objectives. We will, I think, pretty often also rewrite the course description. And then all of those committees, they probably won't be working exactly at the same time simultaneously. They'll probably work somewhat staggered. So that it's a little easier to do the work and have meeting rooms and such. But between roughly the beginning of next year and on through the beginning of the summer, we're going to have 6 discipline groups of faculty working on this project. After each group is done, we'll throw up what they've done for a public comment and give every institution a chance to comment, to make suggestions for additions and deletions and so forth. Then once all that's hashed out by, say, midsummer, we'll start to prepare the materials and bring them to the ACGM Advisory Committee, which is usually around the first week of August. We'll take that to committee, ask them to consider, and I hope that by the end of August, beginning of September, we'll have all this ready and done, and it will go into the fall 2011 ACGM.
So at the end product will apply only to community colleges.
Right, because it's in the ACGM. The ACGM is
so then
not
why are the other schools going to be participating in making those decisions if it's not going to apply to them?
Well, a couple of reasons. One, the ACGM Advisory Committee itself has always been composed of 2- and 4-year faculty.
Yeah, we've always done it that way.
Because the objective is transfer. And not just transfer, but transfer into programs, right? So if we're going to say that, we're going to developing objectives for these 2 courses at the freshman and sophomore level, we need to know what are the students going to have to be able to know and to do at the junior and senior level.
But we just got through saying that students transfer back the other direction too. So if this doesn't apply to the 4-year schools, then we're going to be in a position of having to refuse transfer of freshman English from a 4-year school because it doesn't meet the requirements in the ACGM.
It's
and
got
as
to be
you
all,
put it,
everybody or nothing.
And as you put it, that you're using the ACGM to control the community colleges because you have that option.
Well, if there has been talk about broadening the applicability of the ACGM to include the universities, that's not impossible.
All or nothing. We're all in it together or we're not.
If this, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if this committee wants to make a recommendation that the ACGM become equally applicable to universities as it is to community colleges, I certainly wouldn't mind hearing that recommendation.
I don't see how we could be following the requirements. If this becomes a rule, how could a community college be following the expectations if we accepted and gave credit for something that didn't fulfill what the ACGM required? So then students couldn't transfer their freshman biology from UTD into Cisco College.
Can I ask a question as well?
Or from Texas Tech to UTD. I mean,
yeah.
Is this largely a math science problem?
Yes Yes and no. I think it becomes the place where you can see it most obviously and critically is going to be in the math and sciences because of how sequential those programs are. I mean, I'll just speak from my own experience. I taught English courses for a long time, and of course I went all the way through the English degree process. And there's not a whole lot of sequencing there, at least not at the undergraduate level. Sure, you got to start out with Comp 1 and Comp 2 and make sure your students have a strong basis and can write. But after that, it doesn't really matter whether you give them American Lit first or British Lit first or World Lit first.
So it's math and science mostly.
Those are the places where you see it most critically.
Right.
And we have some social and behavioral sciences in our discipline list.
Sure.
But what you see there, we get biology, we get more math. We also have some English. We've got economics. I'm going to cover, the discipline areas we want to cover in just a second. But I would agree that the sequencing tends to be most critical in the math and sciences.
If you had to attach a percentage to the level of problem, would you say 75% of the problems are math and science?
I would probably say that it's more critical in the math and science and that we tend to see more problems there. I don't think I could quantify it for you neatly, but I would agree with the general sentiment you're expressing, yeah.
Thank you.
We have the problem in political science at the community college in UTEP because you have to take them both at the same institution to get credit for both of them because of the way that they are. I'm not exactly sure. I can't.
I am going to get to that in just a minute.
Okay, because
that's where I'm headed.
That's not going to help. It's not going to help the students if it doesn't apply to both.
And Joyce, is exactly what it is. So actually, if you don't mind, James, if you can just go directly to it.
Sure, let's do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so once again, the takeaway here is please be on the lookout for those requests for nominations. We're going to be looking to build up 6 faculty groups in, let me just give you the list real quick, English, government, history, economics, math, and biology. That's going to be the 6 areas we plan to tackle next year. Okay?
You said it was all math and science and 2/3 the other.
Well, no, what I said was that where you see the majority of transfer problems, most obviously, are in the science and math disciplines. But that's not to say that some freshman and sophomore courses in the humanities or the social and behavioral sciences couldn't also benefit from this kind of sequencing.
I do find it odd, though, that we've spent 4 years talking about a need for a core curriculum that's consistent, that honors the learning outcomes that we've come up with, and it's a core curriculum that applies to all institutions, but there is one sect of the institutions that are told these are the only courses you can offer and they have to look this way, but the other set of the institutions can put any class they want to in that same core competency without any what's the word I'm looking for, limitation. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. We're either all in it together or not. And that'll be my parting statement, and I'll shut up.
Yeah, I get to rotate off too. So we should, the way to accomplish that would be to put a recommendation along with core curriculum that all courses in the core curriculum be ACGM courses.
Woohoo!
It would be a... No, I already said I would shut up. I'm going to.
And as James mentioned, if the committee's will is to do whatever recommendations, we can do that later. But James has something that's in front of us, and we just got the piece of paper from... Did all of us get the paper from Catherine?
Everyone got a copy? The one-pager?
Go around to that. So can you please go through that with us, James?
Sure. Basically, this all comes about because back in the 30s and 40s, the state legislature, long before we had a core curriculum, before even many of the institutions at this table even existed, or at least existed with the name that they have now, there was a requirement that says that in order to get an undergraduate degree in Texas, that you have to have this course of instruction in government or political science, and it has to have consideration of the Constitution of the U.S. and the Constitution of the states with special emphasis on that of Texas. It has to add up to 6 hours, and you have to cover those topics in order to earn an undergraduate degree. So, what that led to was a situation where the universities and the colleges developed on their own 2 sets of 3-hour courses one 3-hour course followed by another 3-hour course. 2 sequences of courses that were intended to satisfy this requirement. We have since, now, 60, 70 odd years later, we have discovered that, and this is not anecdotal, this is according to TACRO and a study that was done by the Transfer Issues Advisory Committee a few years ago, but I doubt things have changed too much since then, that the government sequence is the #1 transfer problem for undergraduate students in the state, exceeded by far others by a big margin. It is the transfer problem. The transfer problem is basically summed up like this. If you take 2301, you have gotten all of the state-mandated content right there. Okay? Any other government course you take, you're golden. You've got your 6 hours, you've got your required content, go and do good. If, however, you take any of the other courses, and it can happen, a student could take 2302 first, or they could take 2305 or take 2306. Now they're in a situation where if they mismatch the course sequence, or even worse, they mix and match the course sequences, and they take one course in one sequence and one course from another sequence, there are very good chances that they will not get all the statutorily required content, and now they've got to take another 3-hour course. So where they could have gotten it in 6, now they must take 9, whether that's because of bad advising or bad planning on the student's part, sheer ignorance, all kinds of reasons. This happens, and it happens a lot. So, if you take a look there under comparison of institutional offerings, there you will see why we've never solved this problem before now. Because it's just about a half-and-half situation. No matter, even if we, the coordinating board, were to sort of impose a solution from above by fiat, half the institutions would be raging mad at us, and the other half would be maybe happy, maybe not, I don't know. But certainly 1/2 of them would be upset that we were doing that, and that they would feel they were on the losing end of things. So the Transfer Issues Advisory Committee tried to tackle this. During Rex's tenure as one of the chairs of the ACGM Advisory Committee, we tried to tackle this. And every time, I'm ashamed to say we failed. And I'd like to say that we failed for high-minded reasons, and maybe there were some issues of scholarly freedom in there. I don't know. But the truth is, the thing that I feel is true about this is that we failed the students. Students need a simple sequence to satisfy this requirement. And I do get complaints about this, and when I carefully explain about how institutions want to maintain their autonomy, and we, the coordinating board, don't want to push our authority too far, they could honestly care very little less. They want to know that the state is going to fix this problem, and up to now I've never had a good answer for them. I'm not sure that I have a great answer now, but what I do have, I think, is I think we have a marshalling of will to tackle this problem. I hope we have, and this is what I'm sort of aiming for here, is that we, the coordinating board staff, would like the Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee to look at this problem, to think about how long this problem has existed, to consider how many students this problem has affected, and to think about what could we do.
I think honestly you're preaching to the choir, and we could just cut to the chase.
Okay, great. I spent years trying to hammer this problem, so excuse me if I get out my big mallet. Let me put the mallet aside and just lay it out for you here. We would like you to endorse the idea of eliminating one of these sequences. I would prefer that we would even prefer that you pick one, and if you ask me, I will tell you which one to pick. But even putting all that aside, honestly, we need to at least endorse the idea that it's ridiculous to have 2 sequences that get students all confused, so let's endorse the idea of narrowing this down to one set of courses that will satisfy the legal requirement.
I'd like Rex to talk.
Anybody got a coin?
Well, let me address this a little bit. When I co-chaired the ACGM committee, this is about 5 years ago, I guess, or roughly 5 years ago or so, 5 or 6 years ago, this issue came up then. And part of the interesting thing to me is that split is now 52-48. Then it was about 50-50, 51-49. It was almost identical to the way it is now. And actually what we did do was we did cut the required number of hours down for some students from 9 to 7, because the solution that the ACGM came up with then was to create a 1-hour course that would cover both U.S. and Texas constitutional content And the idea was that if you had a student with 6 hours of mixed matched courses coming in, they could, instead of taking another 3-hour course, they could take a 1-hour course instead and solve their problem. And also this would work well for particularly out-of-state students who transferred in into our private colleges that might not have that same kind of mix. Unfortunately, what has happened is that there are very few colleges, almost none in Texas, that actually offer that 1-hour course.
Anybody who wants to develop this as distance ed, this could be a sweet little moneymaker for you.
I don't think you can read the Texas Constitution in 1 year.
No, you couldn't. And so, you know, and quite frankly, 5-6 years ago in the ACGM, the reason this didn't get settled easily is because the room was made up. As this chart indicates, the 50-50 split, the committee was also about a 50-50 split between institutions that offered it one way and institutions that offered it another way. And so arguments regarding academic freedom and all kinds of other somewhat specious perhaps, but other arguments entered the picture. And so the truth of the matter is that politics ruled the day, and the committee basically decided to pass on it and institute the 1-hour course as a way of trying to get around this. Now, I'll tell you, as a former political science and government teacher, when I taught this sequence, I taught it mostly under the 2305, 2306. I've taught it both ways, but most of my career I taught it under 2305 and 2306. I liked it because it allowed me to spend a lot of time in 2306 talking about local government as opposed to state government, an area that I've always been much more interested in, frankly, than either state or national government for that matter. But that's a personal bias that I got to carry out in the classroom. But having said that, in the interest of students, if the idea is to eliminate one of the sequences, I would strongly urge that we eliminate the 2305, 2306 sequence for two reasons. One is that the 2301, 2302 sequence does put the legislative mandate of the constitutional requirement into a single course. And so that a student takes 2301, then they can take whatever else and they're good to go. The other reason that I think this would be a good idea is in looking ahead at revision of the core curriculum, one of the things that we have discussed in here quite often is trying to reduce the core curriculum from 42 to something less than that. And part of the discussion, you know, last time, part of what we finally arrived at is that if you want to reduce it, then, and if you still want to keep the sort of breadth and knowledge that we currently have in the core curriculum, the way to reduce it is to reduce either the 6-hour government requirement, the 6-hour American history requirement, or both, from 6 to 9, or from 12 total to 9 or to 6 hours. And so, and if you're going to do that, then when it comes time to ask the legislature to reduce the core curriculum, not the core curriculum, but the the government requirement. Actually, because the legislation doesn't actually say American government. It talks about government. Now, there's no doubt in my mind that their intent clearly was American government, but they didn't actually say that in the legislation. But the constitutional requirement is there, and so if you want to make the argument that it should be reduced from 6 to 3 hours, if you already have a course that clearly covers the legislative mandate, I think it makes that argument a little bit easier to sell to the legislature. So.
And what Rex just said actually takes us to item number 5 on our agenda, is a consideration of a recommendation from our committee to endorse the redevelopment of existing course offerings for U.S. government and political science. And one thing that Rex mentioned is to adopt the 2301, looking at that sequence, and to delete 05 and 06.
This is, of course, an incomplete solution because universities are not bound by the ACGM. So this group might want to take some time to think about potential approaches to consensus building in this issue. I don't Celia says, preaching to the choir in this room. But the fact is, even if we were to have a motion and a vote from you all to either, somebody choose one sequence and do that, or to eliminate one and keep another, unless you make a recommendation that could somehow include an approach to universities arriving at agreement about this, then we're not covering all of the institutions that share this issue. And that's a little more subtle than just we can change the ACGM and we can develop some student learning outcomes and be done with it, because that's not the entire concern. And that's one reason why, as staff looked at the project that James and I and several others are going to be working on with these student learning outcomes, it seemed to us that this was an appropriate group to say, we'd like your collective wisdom. You represent equal numbers of public colleges and universities. You've got some input from ICUT schools, from a health science center. Can you reflect on this and come up with some ideas maybe we haven't thought of?
Dick?
I think if we refer to this issue as 2305 versus 2301, you're correct. But if you look at the basic issue, I've had more trouble with other universities than I have with community colleges over this issue. So the question becomes, what is the sequence that you take? And I certainly would think it would be appropriate for this group to make a recommendation in that area. From a buy-in standpoint, I agree with Rex that whatever number you call it, the other sequence is appropriate because of the faculty buy-in. If you go with the second sequence, you've got two specific classes that have to be taught. If you go with the first sequence, there's flexibility in that second class. And, if you want to get people across campus to buy in, that's the one you have the most success with, I would think.
I think there are other pressures too, Rex. When you're talking about cutting the core back, we kept trying to do that 36. If I understood McGregor last time, he wants to add 6 hours of foreign language at some point to the core, and I don't think he gave up on that last week. So the reality is, I think there's pressures even to add to the core coming from another direction. So somewhere we have to make some choices if we're going to dovetail language in here at some point. And so finding areas where we can still maintain some discipline and not take complete disciplines out to do that, I think is worthwhile.
And what's best for the student? I mean, that's why we're doing it in the first place.
Oh, yeah.
We could, an argument in favor of going to 2301 is for those students who don't go through the whole sequence to have had that full view of federal and state government in at least the one course that they do get 3/4 of the way through.
The statutes are not likely to change this session, and I'm not sure when they might be likely to change, and the statute still requires 6 semester credit hours. Okay, so you're not going to get away from that in the foreseeable. I think, there could, depending on what the deficit really turns out to be, if they say everything's on the table, they need to mean it.
Has there ever been a better time? In other words, the reality is they're looking to cut costs. They want to put caps on the number of hours. They want courses that are more job applicable. I don't think we could ever make a case better to a more receptive legislator than right now, if that's what this committee decides they want to do.
The other argument,
Silly and Ted.
the other argument in favor of a single course meeting all of the stated requirements, other than the number of hours, is that we also have transfer students who don't come from Texas. There's a lot of transfer students who don't come from Texas, and those end up having to take 6 hours rather than 3 hours if it's split across the courses.
Actually, not if you're in the first sequence, you take 2301.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that having it in the 2301, all of the state requirements in a single course, benefits not just, it benefits those transfer students from out of state, because they get caught in that as well.
And those who transfer from Texas out are losing 3 hours of Texas government.
Yeah.
Hadn't thought of that.
Good point. Ted?
As a political scientist teaching this for 30 years, UTD went from one to the other, but for substantive reasons as well as technical reasons, as well as just being able to offer a course reason, which is we didn't feel we had the capacity to offer 2306. We tried it for 10 years because we thought pedagogically, like Rex, this is what we were supposed to be doing to meet the mandate, and we just finally said we can't do it because we couldn't get enough people to teach 2306 to the large number of freshmen we had. I'd also add that the no required content assured doesn't mean there isn't real consistency from one school to another school as to how 2302 is taught, because the textbooks have all really made this all uniform. I mean, the real question that I ask is, are we capable of offering 2306 at most institutions in an intellectually rigorous way? One last thing I'll add to as a professional, I think you can teach about 10 weeks of Texas government, and then everybody starts running out of material. It sort of becomes a consensus unless you're a real expert on something. Whereas you've got probably 18 weeks worth of work at the national level, and that was our substantive problem. But I really think it's not just a matter of imposing it down. I think this is a real good time to have a faculty group really hedge it out, but getting back to basics. What the heck are you trying to do with this class?
By adding our core objectives, that'll take care of those other weeks.
Yeah, but it won't take care of what does the state mandate really mean.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's an excellent point about the purely from the subject matter content of the courses. I mean, one of the reasons why I could add in so much stuff on local government in 2306 is because I did run out of state about 8 to 10 weeks. And so adding in a lot of local government emphasis was an easy thing to do, whereas in teaching 2305, I left stuff out that I really thought students ought to have in terms of a survey course of U.S. government.
So should this be something that we all go home and think about, talk to our faculty and things like that, because it's not something that we should just vote today and do that and so on, and talk about that and all that, and put it as one of our agenda items and come back next time in February so we can do a vote and a recommendation.
And I think it's really important to hear James's sort of bottom line message, which is every one of your institutions, your chief academic officer or chief instructional officer, is going to be receiving one of those seemingly endless letters from us saying, we know you all are really, really busy, but we've got a great project we'd love to have some help with, and could you suggest some people who might be absolutely brilliant at helping the state solve this problem? And so particularly those of you on this committee, those of you who are listening, still with us at 2:20, that's pretty remarkable. If anybody out there still tuned in, when these letters arrive on your campuses, these emails asking for assistance, we really would love to have faculty who would consider this to be service to their discipline as well as to the state, and give us a great pool of candidates for these groups, because it's work that affects every single undergraduate student. We're talking about almost 1 million people that these decisions will affect, and that's dramatic.
When you explain the stakes, you'll be overrun with people wanting to be in 3 hours.
Excellent.
And final note, best of all, like I say, we did get a grant, so unlike the old field of study curriculum committees, we'll actually pay for your faculty's travel this time. We have the money to do it. You won't have to foot the bill yourselves.
How many in each vertical team?
We're looking at groups of 10 in each group, so that'll be 5 from the 2-year sector, 5 from the 4-year sector.
So in this conversation, I see real clearly why we would need the group that's talking about government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I would see the need for biology if science is one of those. I guess one of the other questions is why English and history are the first chosen courses, when there was some sense that science and math might make a better...
Because the other goal of this project is to help create some benchmark outcomes for dual credit courses, and these are courses that are most frequently dual credit
Thank you. That makes sense.
Yeah,
that helps a whole lot in
helps
this explanation.
That's one.
The second thing is, I think it's very important to talk about this in terms of freshman level and dual credit potential courses. Because if this is seen as potentially the state coming out with learning objectives for the full curriculum in higher education, it will need a different sort of discussion.
The college and career readiness standards, as James already said, will be the starting point for content in these courses, and dual credit courses have to have college level content.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is that in our earlier discussion, we were talking about calculus sequences all the way up, and that's a very different discussion to me than talking about establishing what the learning outcomes are when we're looking at dual credit and entry level courses. And I would caution about rolling this out in a conversation that implies sequencing through and learning objectives throughout the entire curriculum, because I think that will create a different discussion.
A point well taken. Yeah, this isn't meant to be a panacea or to be universal. We're really trying to do the most good with, our efforts are limited. We've only got so much time and energy, so we've really tried to pick just those courses that are most commonly utilized, and we don't plan to, try and cover everything that would be in a 4-year degree.
Jim? Why biology rather than chemistry? We don't have biology till the sophomore year.
Mechanical engineering already covered chemistry.
And physics.
They did chemistry and physics.
We have those already.
What's the other really...
The leftover science.
Yeah.
One last question. When you mention about consensus building on a minimum competencies, what are those? Are those the objectives themselves, or what we call now core objectives?
It would be a combination of the topics in the course, which are what's in the course description in the ACGM, and then, the other part would be those learning objectives that we're talking about.
Okay. This will be put on as a part of our homework for next time, and we'll bring this back up as an agenda item at the next UEAC meeting. But for now, we really need to move on to the next agenda item, which is an update on program review. And thank you, James.
Thank you, James. This is very much of an update, and I would like to first note the very, very big fat red letters that we are very much in the draft stage on the existing program review. For those of you who were able to join us or watch the accountability peer group meetings, we got an immense amount of feedback from the participants. And for those of you who are there, I have tried to note the changes in red. We've made significant changes since this was last presented, and no doubt that it'll change again. Do know that this all started, the recommendations for the existing program review started with this committee. It was the UEAC that laid out potential selection criteria for the existing program review. So this is a sort of a circular thing coming back to of where we are and what's happening next. So first of all, what is the existing program review, and why are we doing it? Going through, we did I added a purpose in there to assist institutions in their strategic planning for the institutions by providing consistent statewide programmatic data, comparing apples to allow your institution to compare apples to apples at the programmatic level, not just the institutional. Through our accountability peer groups, you get that information already for the institution level. This is more at a programmatic level. And I'll go through and talk about what programs are what and that sort of thing in just a second. Also, at the coordinating board, this is shifting our focus of what we do. Instead of having a beginning approval and then sort of letting the ships fly as they may, we have changed our system from allowing the institutions to go through a quicker approval system and then having a mid-end review through the process, through time. One of which we have is the low-producing annual review, and for those of you who are in the middle of that, those are due December the 17th. Thank you very much. And also, we are developing this existing program review. In other words, a review of currently approved programs at the institutional level. Next slide, please. So, what and who are we going to take a look at? We are going to be looking at certificates, applied associate degrees, academic associate degrees, and bachelor's degrees. It's already in existence for master's and doctoral programs, so we are not going to be touching on those. So please know it's for mostly undergraduate and below. What are we going to be looking at? Quantitative measures, and I know Lorraine's going to do a happy dance when she sees that qualitative measures has been crossed out. Quantitative measures is, did you see her do the happy dance? I think you might have missed it. It was very quick. Quantitative measures, data. This is going to, 99% of it is going to be pre-populated from the data that you guys submit to Janet and her fabulous crew over in Planning and Accountability. And we'll go through what those are in just a bit. But our qualitative measures, we thought about those for a while of what they were things such as learning objectives, course curriculum, faculty excellence, student excellence, and it just got enormous, and defining parameters got very difficult. So we said, hang on, what's happening? The accountability peer groups came to us and said, we're already doing that with our programmatic reviews at the institutional level. Do we have to do it again? We had a discussion. We decided, no, we don't need to worry about qualitative measures. We'll allow the institutions to focus on that. However, we would like some institutional commentary, much like they do with the accountability system, an additional explanation of why those numbers are why they are. So it's not just black and white, there's a little bit of explanation in it. And sometimes, if there's something extraordinary in your program you would like to add to the review, it's allowable in there. There's room for text in this sea of data. So I'll go through more of what those are in just a second. The timeline, we are literally at the whim of our fabulous technology department in developing how to get the information to you guys. But please know that we will run a pilot project first, selecting both 2- and 4-year institutions, large and small, and saying, would you be guinea pigs for us, please? And try this out and see how it works before we implement it across the state. So we will be doing a test run, fingers crossed, in the springtime with a pilot project and full implementation at a later date. So when, not within the year, you'll be glad to hear. Next slide. So how do we pick the programs? We've decided that it should be a statewide, everybody do their programs at the same time. It's going to be a 10-year rotation. It says by CIP code in the first 2 digits. So every program in the 14 in the engineer SIP code would be evaluated that year, and all together. So it wouldn't be subdivided by major. It would be subdivided by level: certificate, applied associate, academic, and bachelor's. Ignore the applied academic associate. For some of them that are large areas, for example, in 50, the 5 visual and performing arts areas is quite a large and dynamic area, in both meanings of that word. So we may subdivide that down to the 4-level SIP, in other words, subdividing it into art, dance, theatre, and music, and subdividing it down to the 4-digit level. However, all of those programs would be reviewed in that same year, but they would be 4 different reports coming in. Okay? We will let you know a good 6 months beforehand if we're going to subdivide that SIP into the 4-level, drill it down a bit. The academic associate degree it sort of throws a little wrench in the works in streamlining of everybody doing the same thing, because it's not the same. The purpose and mission of the academic programs, as you know, is to transfer, is to get the students, is not necessarily having them complete a degree, so we didn't want the same parameters there. And the other component to it is that many institutions do not subdivide their programs down to that specific level. So through much discussion, we have decided to review all academic associate degrees as one program. When that sequence will be, how we're going to subdivide the institutions, we haven't got that far yet. So it's going to be on a different rotation than by SIP code on the 10-year sequence. So We are working with sequencing on that and when to do that. Again, for academic associate degrees, it will be considered one program. Exemptions, there's always loopholes. Exemptions, if you've got a new program within the last 5 years, obviously it's not going to need to be in there. Also, if you've had an internal or an external review within the last 2 years, you can submit that information in lieu of reporting. What we will still have is or in addition to, the quantitative data. So if you want to submit that, that's an option as well. Next slide, please. So, again, the measures came from you guys. It's all your fault. You started this with all the recommendations, and mostly in the quantitative measures is what the ideas came from, coming from both closing the gaps and from the accountability system. As with many things that we do here at the Coordinating Board, and I know it doesn't seem like it, but we try and utilize as much information as you are submitting to us and recalculate, well, not recalculating, that's a bad word, putting it together in a way that you don't have to say, well, we've already given you that. So we are really taking the measures from the accountability system and using those in the areas of participation, success, excellence, and a teeny-weeny bit of little research, which is going to be hard to quantify. Again, pre-populated by the accountability system. The qualitative measures, again, are crossed out. So what are some of these quantitative measures? How many people do you have in the program? How many people do you have continuing? Where are they going? How long are they, how many licenses are you getting? Graduation rate, always a very important component at this time of day. Time to degree. Faculty data, that's going to include how many faculty do you have? More importantly, how many faculty do you have at each level? The associate, assistant, and professor level, mostly in that direction.
So you have the ability to break that down by zip code faculty data?
Yes.
That's one of the things we're working. I'm looking at Janet, and she's slightly nodding yes.
It's a difficult one.
It's a yes. Yes, it's one of those lovely things. I go, Janet, can we have this? And she says, okay. Maybe. So I do want to zip through this very quickly.
Before I take notes on every page, will this be posted to our site?
It's my last slide. I am developing a website for existing program review, which will have this PowerPoint on there and the development and thorough definitions on that website. It was going to be up December 1st, but it hasn't yet. So I'm going to say December 15th. So there is a website which will have all of this on there. Next slide, please. The definitions, as Janet said, it's very difficult. I've put some examples on this PowerPoint just so you can see how detailed and how much information is going into, for example, graduation rate isn't as simple as one little box. In many cases, there are 4 or 5 components to graduation rate, persistence rate. So you can see the amount of detail that has gone into these definitions and what will be out there. And the source of those programs. Again, this is some examples of the applied associates. If we could flip through these very quickly, just so you can see on the number of degrees for all academic associates degrees, the number of degrees, how many core curriculum completers do you have, and how many field of study completers do you have? So 3 components to that one definition. Again, skipping on to the next slide, baccalaureate rate, junior persistence rate, and senior persistence rate. Please note we're not measuring freshmen at this point. We know that at the baccalaureate level, the freshmen and sophomores, not only are they coming from different directions, but they are changing majors as often as I change my shoes. So please know that when we do persistence rate, it's based on juniors and above, because we hope, and fingers crossed, at junior level they will have their majors determined and they are in a program and hopefully will be persistent beyond that time. And next slide, please. Qualitative measures. Those are some of the things that we were going to look at, and then we realized that you guys as an institution, if you aren't already doing that, 99% of you are already, and it's occurring at the institutional level in your programmatic reviews at the institution. This is something that is your baby. We don't need to be in that mix. You're welcome. So, institutional commentary instead. What will we want? You've got, for House Bill 2504, you're going to have that link that's 3 clicks away to syllabi and that sort of thing. Just give us that link so we can get to syllabi if we want to do just like SACS, just to pick up and have a peek. If there's any commentary you have, if your numbers that you see them and you see some data in there that you feel needs further explanation, we are possibly going to have some sort of availability of commentary to those. Not necessarily required, we're still working on that component. For the academic associate's degrees, because our main goal to see is how is your program aligned with a program at the 4-year level, do you have any transfer compact agreements or any articulation agreements, and who are those with and how is that going, and just some sort of commentary on that active articulation agreements that are going on. So that's new stuff that has come down the pike. Next, please. So the review process, as I mentioned, is a 10-year cycle. Each SIP will be going on a 10-year cycle. Danita and her group gave suggestion of using career clusters as a starting point for the certificate and applied associate level. Would be very helpful if they were grouped together. We did have a 5-year sequence where we had about 6 programs, 6 units being reviewed each year, and we realized that was a ridiculous amount of programs that we'd be reviewing, and we couldn't possibly do it. So we've developed it onto 10 years, and that, of course, would align with the 10-year cycle of most reviews of the core curriculum. Some institutions do their programmatic reviews every 5 years, some do it every 10 years, so we just sort of, let's be safe and make it good for everyone and go with 10 years. Again, if we subdivide it down to the 4-digit level SIP, we will let you know at least 6 months in advance, hopefully more than that. Quantitative data will be pre-populated by the accountability folks. We will then send that data to you as an individual institution for that program. If any other data or commentary needs to be added, you would submit it, and hopefully it will be all online and very, very simple. Technically, resend the information back to us with any added data. The coordinating board would then review it and certify assessment. This is a sample, and I'm sure you're looking at it with the same eyes and wearing my glasses. This is a section of what I'm hoping the website is going to look like. And you can see here in the very first shaded area, it says Institution X, and these are all the quantitative and commentary sections. And what we will add to that for you and for the general public are comparisons to your accountability peer group and statewide data. Obviously, the commentary is not necessary in the other 2 groups, but to see those 2 comparison groups to your institution, and again at the programmatic level, so apples to apples. It looks very complicated, but Ron in IT assures me that it looks really good. Next page, please. Contacts. Please note you can email me or David Couch. Some of you may know David Couch from the institutional effective days, and he's been fabulous with that. There will be a website. I have the name of it already. It's just not been finished yet, as we've had recent changes as the day before yesterday. So please do check out that website, and we will have as much information on there as possible. The accountability peer groups and other folks have been incredible in providing feedback, supporting information, recommendations, and I hope that continues from this group as well, because as you can see from their ideas and their thoughts and their concerns, we've made changes. We changed our mind. So please, please, please send emails to myself or David if you have questions about any of it at all, what our plans are. Please don't hesitate to ask. Check out the website. We want to make this as transparent as possible to all institutions.
When do you expect it?
Well, again, we hope a pilot project to run in the spring. Everything's ready to go, she says, with a slight question mark, other than the actual running. The data is actually run, if I'm not mistaken. It's getting that in a. Right now, we've got about 2,000 spreadsheets with numbers on it. It's putting it in that lovely online format that is. I can actually read and understand, and hopefully everyone else can too. That's what we're waiting on, is just the web stuff. Does anybody have any questions where we are at the moment with this?
Well, Lucy, thank you for the update, because it's nice to see that, what we started is being operationalized and all that. So thank you. And before we go to the next step, and we just missed Bill by a couple of minutes, but Catherine wants to just make a quick announcement, and then we'll go to the very end of the meeting.
I managed to catch Bill. We have, as always in December, a number of members rotating off the committee. We do the committee membership because it was originally convened in November on a calendar year basis rather than an academic year basis. And the memo requesting nominations for new UEAC members has gone out. For those of you in the viewing universe in Texas, I'm getting a lot more nominations from universities than I am from community colleges, and I would love for this situation to be rectified soon, because we need both university and community college members. But I specifically wanted to recognize the people who are rotating off the committee and hope that we can join to thank them for their service, because it has been truly selfless. When the UEAC was started, we knew that we wanted to have a membership rotation where not everybody would leave at the same time after 3 years, and we would have a completely new crop of 24 people who were novices. That's not how you build your leadership team statewide. So we asked all of the convening members of the committee, how many years do you want to serve? We're going to need some of you to rotate off after 2 years. We're going to need some of you to stay for 3 years. And we're going to need some of you to stay for 4 years if you can stand it. And lo and behold, when they all put in their inputs on little sheets of paper, it worked out perfectly. And so I believe everybody got their desired tenure on the committee. This go-around, we need to thank Larry Garrett, who served as a co-chair of the committee for a while, Juan Carlos Reyna, and Bill Wagner, and also on the university side, Mike Coleman, who's being channeled by Ted Harpham for these last few meetings. I got an email from Mike yesterday. He's now happily ensconced in his retirement dream home in Montana. And if anybody can be said to gloat through email, Mike was doing it. He sends his very best regards.
I'm sure he's ensconced. He's probably 6 feet of snow.
What can I tell you? Lynn Hoggard, who replaced Frederica Wiedemann and has served selflessly. I use that word a lot, but you guys do so much heavy lifting for us, and we're so grateful to you. And also Russell Lowry Hart, who also served as co-chair of the committee during some very, let's say, work-intensive times. I am happy to announce that both Rex and Agnes, although they thought they were going to get to retire, have consented to stay on through the core curriculum process so that we don't have another turnover of leadership in the midst of a really important project. But I would like to recognize all 8 of these people and thank them so sincerely for their So y'all write and, get yourselves renominated.
And I want to thank all of our past, present, and future members of this committee. I think this has been one of the most dedicated groups I've worked with, and one of the groups most willing to put aside their territorial interests and think about education in Texas as a whole. And I've been really pleased with the approach this committee's always taken.
Yes, and I agree. I'd like to echo Barry's comments as well and endorse those for all of you that are going off and for all of you who remain as well. So, but I really appreciate the service and the help over the years. So, thank you.
One of the things that I love the most about my job here is being able to work with advisory committees and representatives from our colleges and universities, and I learn so much from you all. I think you all help us to do a better job, and you provide us with tremendous benefit. And I just wanted to take a minute. We've just had Thanksgiving, but I am grateful for you guys every single day, and I just want to make sure that you know that.
Well, thank you. Okay, we're going to wrap up the meeting with a couple of homework, well, actually one homework assignment, but all of you will get one. And then we'll talk a little bit about meeting dates. Can we get
Correction, though, Rex. Not all of us will get one.
I was going to say, those of you who are rotating off, your term extends until December 31st, so if you would like to serve,
Catherine wins again.
But you're not under any obligation to do so.
We will include those of you that are going off in a group, and we would appreciate your input into this. But again, what can we do to you if you don't? So we won't even be able to humiliate you at the next meeting. Okay, we're going to divide into three groups, and what we're going to do is ask each of the groups two things. One is, before you actually leave today, to convene for a few minutes and determine who's going to be the chair of that group or the spokesman for that group or whatever you want to call them. And then and let Agnes and I know before you leave who that's going to be. And then the second thing is that, remember those 6 items that we discussed previously? There we go. That's up here on what else do we need to do. There are 6 of those, and what we'd like to do is divide you up into 3 groups and have each group look at 2 of those. Group 1 will look at items 1 and 4. Group 2 will look at items 2 and 5. And Group 3 will look at items 3 and 6. If you look at that, we sort of decided that the first 3 were kind of relatively easy, sort of yes or no kind of questions, and the last 3 are a bit more complicated, so we've tried to give every group what we thought was an easy one and a hard one.
I will, as soon as we're done here, I will email this list to every UEAC member so that
Great.
they can try and follow that way.
Great,
I'll get
okay.
that to you in just
Great, thank you. Okay, so, and I think what we'll do is we'll just do this in the traditional manner, and we'll just count off, and we're going to, and I'll tell you what your 2 assignments are in a moment.
Oh, okay.
We have a special place for you. Okay, Larry, we'll start with you.
1.
And you want to participate, or you're off, I'm sorry.
2.
2.
You want to work?
So it's 1, 2, 3. So Lynn has to be 3.
All right. It's not.
Careful, Larry.
Cynthia,
I thought my replacement was going to get number 1.
Yeah, no. If you're going to volunteer, you're going to. We want you. We still want to put your input in if you want to do it, but we will leave that up to you. So 1, you still want to join in? Group 1 is 1 and 4.
I don't have that much to say.
Okay.
Okay, so does that make me number 1?
You're going to be number 1.
Okay.
And then those 2 are going off, right? Okay. 2.
Celia's 2.
2. Your group 2. Group 3.
1.
2. 3.
1.
2. 3.
Okay.
And I'm going to be on 1.
Okay. Okay, you got it?
Yep.
Did we get Dick? He's left, but we made sure that we got him, and we need to get Jana also on 1. Terry Overton was here for Jana.
And Jeannie?
And Jean.
And Jeannie. And Ron.
So we'll just do the rest of them.
Yeah, we'll just go around
Robert,
and put them on. Did you get group 3? Because
Yes.
there were 3 people. Okay. Okay.
So those guys
Let
are
me just
chairs.
get a chair.
Okay, let's talk about meeting dates.
Okay.
Do that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about meeting dates. Actually, the first meeting date in the spring has pretty much been determined by the availability of your chairs. And so that'll be February 25th. 2011? Okay. There were actually some other dates, but we couldn't do it. So February 25th. What we'd like to do is go ahead and, how far down do we want to go on this, Lucy?
Well, I just went through October. I mean, we can go further, or we can stop through the spring. It's totally up to you.
Okay, let's go ahead and look
if
at...
we can do a year in advance, that would be great.
I think everybody will be happy. Maybe, or not.
Yeah.
And I think what we want to try to do today is find out if there are any known conflicts on the part of a substantial number of you for any of these dates. And thank you, Ted. Appreciate it.
I will.
Yeah.
Okay, April 8th or the 22nd, does either one of those look...
You don't have to choose. What I'm going to do is, if we can narrow it down today, then I'll send out that lovely request for schedule through the MyDoodle
What we really want to know is, do you know of any conflicts of big meetings? For example, another SACS meeting, TACRO. TACRO is April 8th? TACT.
Okay. It's April 8th. That's good. That solves the next one.
As far as I'm concerned, the earlier in February, the better, but I understand that we've got 12 class day issues.
Well, the 25th
FYE is in February, and there's something else in
Achieving the
February.
Dream is in February.
EDUCAUSE is in February.
EDUCAUSE, and there's what meetings in San Antonio that's in February?
I don't know, but there's something.
If you could...
CCTA is in February.
If you could send us what you know about dates for these, we don't
Well, we've determined that February 25th is when we're meeting for the first one. Yeah, that one's already...
22nd looks to be Good Friday.
22nd is Good Friday?
If my calendar's right.
I believe that's right.
Okay.
I tell you what. Then let me look at what comes after April, May. Sorry, I didn't see
We got
anything.
graduation and all that.
Yeah, May is.
What about really late March, like March 30th?
Okay, I haven't the faintest idea.
Is there something wrong with April the 8th at the moment?
No, I just said TACT was
Right, the TACT is then, but that's...
You just asked if there were big meetings.
That would affect...
But I'm thinking about TACT is in Austin, and it'll be in Austin, and TACT is a Wednesday through Friday meeting, so it ends at Friday at noon. So I've done this before and come over here on Friday morning and done it. So I mean, so for at least some folks, TACT might not be that big an issue.
But I remember the previous 2 years we had to do a meeting in March because of the April conflicts.
The only question I have,
look into that.
but the problem I have with that, Russell, is we're going to meet February the 25th, and then we're going to turn right around and try to meet in March, probably a little quick for both the committee and the staff, for that matter. So that's the only problem I have with well, why don't we look at, what we can do is leave April the 8th on there, and then, Lucy, if you want to look at May, then we'll send out the schedule and give people a chance to take a look at those. And do we want to try to go into... Does anybody see any problem with June? I'm pretty sure that the 10th is out for me.
Again, we're just looking at major things that you know are big, giant things in the schedule. You don't have to commit to any of these at this point in time, or know your schedule in October of next year in the slightest. If there's anything, because we can always. The biggest problem is, as you've noticed, our building is under renovation, and 2 weeks from now we haven't the faintest idea, A, if we'll have a boardroom, and B, if we do, where it will be. So these are extraordinarily tentative for us as well, because our building is under renovation, and hopefully it will fall into a hole into the ground, but I didn't say that out loud.
Lucy loves this building.
So these are all extraordinarily tentative dates
We'll get that.
until we say they're not.
So Lucy,
Okay.
if you can, when you send out the homework items for us, also work on those dates so we can respond to you.
Yes.
And we'll set the
They'll
dates.
be sent out on the schedule. So the only thing that we know now is that the first meeting in the spring will be February 25th.
And that's a for sure.
Yeah.
No. Pretty good.
There's only one date.
We would
that's
like it to
open.
be on that date.
Well,
a lot of it has to do with...
Assuming we can get the room.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
At this point in time, we can, but...
You're more than welcome to come up to Amarillo College and have it there.
Or El Paso.
We'll find a spot.
Yeah, I might be willing to do that.
I actually found a lovely spot in Hawaii, which I'd be happy to go back to.
Can I stay on the?
Okay, so the last thing is that we have 3 groups, and just to reiterate, Group 1, we have Cynthia, Jeffrey, Marianne, Russell, and Ron. Group 2, we have Celia, Shannon, Danny, and Dick, and I'm going to add myself to that group. And then the 3rd group will have Mark, Donna, Joyce, Jeannie, and Rex will add himself to that, so each group will have at least 5 people. And so if we can use the last few minutes to just at least get together and look at what we might want to do, how we might want to achieve our goals and so on, and then elect a spokesperson from that group so that we can at least have a leader in the group to get the recommendations back by the next meeting, that would be great.
Yeah, and if you would make sure that, now we'll know who 2 of these are, but if we're Group 1, we'll make sure that at least one of us knows who your spokesperson is, we would appreciate it. Okay?
I think it should be Agnes.
So, what?
Do you want to end? You think what? I think it should be Agnes.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and officially adjourn the meeting. And again, we appreciate the service of everyone who's going off. So thank you and have a safe trip home.
What I'm more interested is the guidelines.
Well, group